Hello, and welcome to day number 24 of 90 days of web development. My name is Kevin. I'm here doing 90 days. That's the kind of thing I'm going for here. Pretty self-explanatory, I think. We commit 4 hours a day towards our goal here. I got to get my hair cut. I got my hair cut scheduled, so I won't look as ragged as I've been looking lately. Yeah, nothing's working well today. Had a lot. We got a late start here, and we've got to get going, but we've got some technical difficulties again with our ticker updating, and I don't understand why. I have no clue what could possibly be the problem here. There's something is going on here, and I don't know what it is. So if I do it like that without the formatting, I don't think it's gonna work. Save. That's still not working. What in the F is going on? That should update. So I don't know what's happening here. I don't know what's going on. Well, the only other thing I could do, yeah. Oh gosh, it's such a pain in the ass. What is going on here? How do I do a log of what's going on here? I made changes. What did I make changes to? Let's do like it. What did I change? I don't understand, man. Like, we're removing the new characters. There's all this stuff. Remove hyperlinks. There's all that stuff. I don't understand. Actually, I don't really love the ticker anyway. I wanted to change that up, and I wanted to put like a checklist or something at the bottom. I want to figure out how to do that stuff, but I don't know. I also wanted to change the progress bar as well, but okay. So, okay, we won't have the ticker today because I can't figure this shit out. So, what did I change? I didn't change anything. What did I change? Why is this not working? Why? So, it's because we're not monitoring. We are monitoring it. It is monitored. Update progress bar. Why? Why can't it just work? Every other time it works. Every other time it works. But today? No, it's not working. What is the difference with today? What is the difference with today versus other days? Like, I know we have maybe some new stuff here. Maybe it's this stuff. Gosh. What is going on? So all the other days work. Can't change the description. We are live. It says it's ready. We are monitoring. It should be fine. Is it fine? It is not fine. For some reason, it does not want to work. There it goes. Okay. Was it because it had a space at the end? Are you kidding me? Like if I save it there? No, it was something else. It had to be with something else. What was the problem? Okay, it's so odd. I don't understand what the problem was there. Ay, 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 ay. Okay, we've got a lot to get to today. We're doing the CSS Grid, and I don't think we're going to be able to get to the book portion of this. There's a lot to cover, and we're gonna have to go through it. So on Tuesday, we looked at variables and setting up like properties and property names. So I used that to make a little animation of the day and night thing, and that was pretty cool. I actually am proud of that more so from the workshop than anything we did on the other day about let's go back to this. So we built the city skyline, right? And then so the max width exceeded, and then it goes there, and then there's like the animation that we made. Adding this these properties, which was really fun. And then we added a transition to the background here by having the background, a radial gradient, and then we set the variables for all these things, for all the gradient stops, the color stops, and then we changed them. And we could actually change the timing on those things so that it kind of looks a little bit different. I think that could end up looking a little funner if we just change the timings on those so that one sets after the other. I'd have to think about what you'd want that to do, but that was a pretty cool thing. I don't even know if you can see this because this is so far scrolled down. Let's come over to the start here. There we are. Okay. So properties here we were working on. And so we did build an availability table. It's okay. It's not my favorite thing. It's not my favorite thing we've done. I am quite proud of this, though. That's pretty cool. I know we got all the other stuff from the workshop, but being able to apply the property stuff for animations was pretty cool. So we'll do a review of CSS Variables today. And anything else to review from Tuesday? I don't think so. And then we'll get to doing some grid layout. Okay, so lots of fun stuff. I haven't been feeling great yesterday. I was gonna work around the house, and I got a little stuff done, but I napped like constantly, like twice. Fell asleep watching the World Cup. I sit down and then just pass out. So where are we? Let's get the Pomodoro timer started. We'll reset the session. Oh, we have to show this. We have to show the Pomodoro. Let's toggle the Pomodoro on. Action. Pomodoro. Toggle. Overlay. There we are. Let's start this. All right. Yeah, it's just not been going well for me. Yeah, hopefully you start to feel better. Just didn't have the best of the starts to the weeks here. So this is pretty small amount of content here. We're going to move this over to quizzes, and we're going to call this CSS, and go back here and do that. We'll copy and paste. Actually, we want we don't mind having the formatting there, so we'll get rid of this thing here, and what we'll do is we'll do HTML and our CSS just to capture those notes as well. I'll just get examples of those things because they reference them in the other portions here, but it doesn't look like we have many other things, do we? No, that's it. That's the only one that's interactive. Okay, that's the only one that's interactive. Not much to do here today with the review. So I'm guessing that tomorrow's quiz is going to be very brief. You know, just 10 questions, I bet. So, okay, here we are. Custom properties. Define custom properties. They're also known as CSS variables. Entities defined by CSS authors that contain specific values to be reused throughout a document. They are a powerful feature that allows for more efficient and maintainable and flexible style sheets. Oh, you okay, Puppets? Custom properties are particularly useful in creating themable designs. You can define a set of properties for the different themes. Hang on a second, I gotta take care of it. What's going on, Puppets? What's going on? You okay? You need help? You need assistance? How's your throat? Did you get a foxtail? You were sniffing foxtails? Wanna go out here? Okay. Go get some water, Puppets. Okay. So we have root, background color, text color that we're setting in there. And then, so there is some like scope as well that like if you're on the dark theme, this will only apply to elements that have the dark theme. So if you define things here, like you define the background color here, it's not going to be available unless, you know, the body is of the class dark theme. So you're not going to be able to grab that background color. So you can use these fallbacks as well with variables, right? And let's take a look at the property rule. So the @property rule is a powerful CSS feature that allows developers to define custom properties with greater control over their behavior, including how they animate and their initial values. So it's kind of like a type checker type of thing. So you can set a property, you can set the syntax, you know, it has to be of a type of thing. So it needs to be like a color, or it needs to be a length, or number, or percentage, or more complex types. I'm curious about more complex types. That should be interesting. Can you do like arrays and thing like that? So like select for borders and stuff like that. Inherit specifies whether the property should inherit its value from its parent element, and then initial value sets the default value of the property. So gradient example using the property rule. This example creates a gradient that smoothly animates when the element is hovered over. Smooth animation. And so this is the only thing though, right? That's the only thing. Okay. And how are they doing this? Let's break this down. Let's break it down. They just have this single div inside of the, the larger body here, and gradient box. So we're defining a property known as gradient angle, and this is the same example that they used before. And the syntax is going to be an angle, and it's not going to inherit from the parent. Interestingly, so I'm not sure what that means. So if I define gradient angle, or I redefine it above at a higher, like for the body, then it's not going to get inherited down here. It's just going to take on the initial value. Gradient box width 100 pixels, height is 100 pixels. We'll test that hypothesis actually. Let me see. The background is linear gradient from red to blue, just top to bottom, or we're doing the gradient angle, using the gradient angle here. So 0 degrees means it's bottom to the top. Transition we defined there so that we can transition the gradient angle when a change occurs. And then we can do gradient box hover, gradient angle 90 degrees. So we're just changing the direction to go from left to right. Ooh, okay. Well, that's cool. So what I'd like to do maybe is put this inside. So we know that we're inside the body. So if I do body, oops. Let's do a background color to be like a gray or something like that, just to make sure that we're changing that. So that's right. Okay. Now, if I change the gradient angle to be 34 degrees, let's say, that's not going to have any effect. Oops. Because it's not taking on its initial value from, it's not taking on the value of its parent body. But if I change this to true, I think this might, yes, it does. See? If we, so that I think the default is false. So if I go back to false, it's from the bottom to the top. If I go back to true, that it's inheriting, then it's taking on the gradient angle as the initial value from before. And then when I hover, it just does a more slight change. So I can go and I can change this to like 45. And then nothing's going to transition. Or I can change it to 90 degrees. That's right. Change it to 90 degrees. And now there's no change on hover because it's not actually changing. Okay. So now we've explored, we understand this a little bit better now about the inheritance then. So you define it up here, and it's got to be outside of selectors, I think, with that at property. And because I tried to do it inside of a property before, inside of a, using some nested things, but I don't think that's going to work. I know that there's like new support and stuff. Really interested in seeing the cutting edge stuff with CSS. Kevin Powell does a lot of that stuff, as he's been an expert in CSS for a very long time. And he's a great source of insight into new features and how to use them, use cases and whatnot. Been very informative, very educational, following his YouTube. So we have this, and we explored that. So we're gonna look at the fallbacks then. When using a custom property, you can provide a fallback value using the var function, just as you would with standard custom properties. So you have a background color, variable, main color, and then a fallback of 3498 dB for that. And relating this to my Python experience, this is very similar to the syntax of querying a dictionary, trying to find a value for a dictionary that it might not have the key. So if the key does exist, then it'll look it up. Otherwise, you could like have a default value or a fallback value in case that value doesn't exist. Right, so similar thing here. We're using variable. We're going to see if this main color thing exists. If it does, we're going to use it. Otherwise, we'll use a fallback. And so fallbacks can be good, I guess, when you're like, if you messed up the scope or something, you can maybe use a fallback to kind of indicate that it doesn't exist. You know, maybe in debugging it could be useful. So I think we did touch on debugging, did we not? Or was that, no, that's going to be coming up today. We're going to touch on that. So we're done with variables review. We'll have a quiz on that tomorrow, which I think is going to be a very brief one. There's not much to review. Surprising that took up most of the day. Was the build a city skyline that took up most of the day, and then building an availability table was just a little extra. Okay, so now we're gonna work with CSS Grid. We have a lot to get through here. We're gonna look at what CSS Grid is as a layout, and how can you create flexible grids with the FR unit. I'm not sure what the FR stands for again. How can you create gaps between tracks in a grid? We looked at tracks as the kind of intro to grids in the textbook. And that was like, when was that? So let's bring up the calendar here. That was responsiveness with that. Was that then? No, because we didn't finish. Did we do that then? Or was that put off? Fluid layout and flexbox. I think it was maybe this one when we were doing that day. It might be on day 19. It might be on day 21. I'm pretty sure it was day 19. I don't think we ended up finishing this here. No, we didn't, right? I didn't. Or was this when we started it? I'm not sure what we did. Explicit grid, implicit grid. Oh, yes, it must be that day. It must be that day. So it's the 24th, 21st, day 21 is when we did the coverage of tracks and how to understand that, the track listings and stuff. How can you repeat track listings? We looked a little bit at that. What is the difference between an implicit and an explicit grid, right? What is the min-max function? How does it work? How do the grid column and grid row properties work? And how can you position items on the grid using the grid template areas property? A lot to do, and then we're going to apply that to a workshop that has quite a few number of steps, 79. And then we'll have designing a newspaper layout and then debugging CSS. So not going to get a lot of time to design a newspaper layout because I think we're going to have to leave some time for debugging and then do the grid review on tomorrow, which will be the intro to a certification project building a product landing page. So let's get started with this. We have working with CSS Grid. We're going to copy that and add that to the chat, that link there. And you can follow along if you so wish to. Can we zoom in without it affecting too much? You want it there. Okay. CSS Grid is a powerful layout system that allows web developers to create complex and responsive web page layouts with ease. Imagine you're arranging furniture in a room. CSS Grid is like having an invisible grid on your floor that helps you position everything precisely where you want it. When we build websites, we often need to arrange different elements on the page before CSS Grid. It was sometimes tricky, especially for complex layouts. CSS Grid simplifies this process by dividing your web page into rows and columns, creating a grid-like structure, naturally. So imagine we're working with a container div with several items nested inside like this. We have items 1 through 6 all nested inside of this div class container. Okay. If you wanted to style those elements in a grid format, you can set the display to grid and apply columns like this. Okay. So display is set to grid template columns. We're going to have one FR for each. Is that full row or something? I don't know what that means. And then we're going to have a grid gap of 20 pixels. Background color, light gray. Padding is 20 pixels. Text align is center. Border, 1 pixel solid CCC. Okay. Okay. Oh boy. Okay, so let's see. So in that code, we're telling the browser to create a grid with 3 equal width columns. That's what the 1FR 3 times means, and we're adding a 20 pixel gap. Yeah, but okay. What about Flexbox? Isn't that also used for layouts? You're right, Flexbox is another CSS layout model, and it's quite useful too, but there are some key differences. Flexbox is one-dimensional, while Grid is two-dimensional. And you can create two-dimensional flex things with, just nesting. You could do the outer container being a row, right? And so that every element is like along the same row. And then inside of that, for each of those elements that you put inside of that container, you could set it as a as a display of flex, with the flex direction being for column, and then you can have a two-dimensional thing that way. Problem with that is that might not respond as cleanly as the grid, right? The grid, the rows might not line up appropriately, depending on the content that you have inside. So what does FR mean? Let's get a deeper look at this. The FR unit, grid row, third strings, grid row, grid cells. What is FR? We'll look at like FR reference. No, it's for grid. Let's see, grid FR unit. Let's search. Radius of the focal point. No, that's not what it is. Grid tracks. So FR indicates a portion of the available space in the grid container. It's the flex unit, flex row. Flex row, is that what it stands for? Is there an FC thing as well? Then I'm not entirely sure. Flex unit FR. Flex unit FR. Oops, why is it downloading? Don't download anything. Get started. Let's take a look at how we typically think of that. A fraction. Okay, so they're talking about fractions used when defining grids like that. Okay, so that's what the FR stands for. So one FR unit. So it then just like takes up. So if I put 4 of them, then each FR unit fraction is a fourth, a quarter of the size. Okay, well, maybe they'll explain that. Let's see. So Flexbox works great for laying things out in a single row or column. Grid excels at creating layouts with both rows and columns. So Flexbox is content first, meaning it adjusts the layout based on the content. Grid, on the other hand, is layout first, allowing you to create the layout and then place grids into it. Flexbox content first. Grid is layout first. Okay. Grid gives you more precise control over placement. You can tell an item exactly which row and column to occupy. So let's take a quick break and then take a look at this example here. Okay, so here we are. Wait a minute. How come this is we're a little messed up here, aren't we? We need to be. I want this back more, didn't I? I want that back more. Gotta fix my monitors here. Something got screwed up here. There we go. I think that's better. No, wait a minute. I want it like that. Like that. That's better. Okay. So what we're looking at here is that we have a div class container. Inside of that container, we have 6 div items with each with their class of item. And then so inside of container here, we're setting this to flex, and then we have specify the space between is justifying that. So this creates a flex container where the items are spaced evenly along the main axis, right? Both grid and flex box have their strengths, and often the best layouts use a combination of both. You might use grid for the overall page layout and then use flexbox for aligning items within each grid area. So in summary, CSS Grid is a powerful tool for allows for precise 2-dimensional layouts. Where it might seem complex at first, with practice it becomes an invaluable tool for creating responsive and complex web layouts. So if we wanted to like copy that kind of thing, like we'd have to change the structure here. So I could do like let's see, item let's say like column container, I guess, because it's going to be each type here. And then so what I can do is then split it up like this. 1, 2, 3. And then do another column container. You'd have to explicitly like define these things. Right? Column and then column container. So we're doing space between, but let's go with a space evenly. And then there's that. And then what I can do is do the column container. And I can do a display of flex for this. Right? But now I can do a flex direction of column. There we go. And we can do justify content as being space between. But the thing is, we can't set the overall height here. So I can set like the height to be like, let's go with like 50, the viewport height. And there we go. And so you'd have to do a little bit more finagling with, right? So we can do space evenly, and then there we go. That's kind of centered around there. So inside of this, we can do 100 the viewport width or viewport height as well. And there you are. You do 100%. Does that matter? It's only the content, so viewport height has to be there, right? Okay. And for each one of these, I think what we could do inside of the items, we could have the background color, say, of gray, and That almost works, right? But let's actually just copy this one and see what happens. So it almost does what we had up here. Problem is they're not like square. If I get rid of this height thing, then we have no margin around them either. There's no gap. And so I think you could do flex gap here. Gap as say 20 pixels, because that's what we said up here, right? Grid gap 20 pixels. And so if you get rid of this height, it's almost what we want. It's just not giving us the square boxes there. And so you'd have to set the height then. Yeah, that's interesting. How would you do with the container width? I don't know. Okay, let's move on to the questions here. So the main difference is grid is 2-dimensional, flexbox 1-dimensional. What does that 1FR mean? So we're going to create 3 columns, each one taking up 1/3 of the available space, obviously, from the divided into 3 equal parts. Okay, that is... I think that's more accurate, right? Or a single column, 3 equal parts? No, it's 3 columns, 1/3 of the available space. Well, there are equal parts, but then like there is spacing in between as well. Which statement about CSS Grid is true? It can only be used for desktop layouts. No, it requires JavaScript to function. No. Allows precise placement of items in both rows and columns. So how can you create flexible grids with the FR unit? In the previous lesson, we were introduced to CSS Grid, which can be used to create complex and fluid layouts in our web pages. In this lesson, we will learn, we'll explore how to create flexible layouts with the FR unit. We'll make the HTML markup that will represent the grid container. So you have a outer div with the class of grid container, and inside of that is 4 divs with the class of col. And so inside the CSS, we set the display property to grid for the container. We're also clearly specifying the width and the height of the HTML and the body. So the HTML is going to get a width of 90% of the viewport here, because we're going up to what it is referencing. So yeah, how did they phrase that before? Height, 50% of the viewport height, because it's inheriting it from the document here, which is the like root element, which is HTML, but then it's not, this value isn't set, so it's going to go to the initial value, which is the viewport height. So we're doing 50% of that viewport, of the 100% of the viewport height. Right, okay. And then body is also taking 90% of the HTML, which is interesting. So it should actually be 90% of 90% is what, 81%? So if we got rid of this HTML, does that change things? Weird. Weird that it doesn't do anything. So I guess we have to have the HTML. What if we don't have the body? Can we get rid of the body part? Does that change the width and height there? You need to have both of those? Why do you need to have both of those? That's a question. That's a question. Why do you need both? Is it just for this example? I'm very confused. I guess we'll just... Oh my gosh. Why is that? Why is that? Why do you need both? If you get rid of that happens. You get rid of that happens. Okay. That's so odd. What if we did a border? And then we'll do box sizing of border box. I'm gonna explore this a little bit. Really explore the space here. Let's go with a 5 pixel solid gray. And then, so that's the HTML is there. The body does not get the right height. So the body has no height, basically. Unless you give it a height from the HTML. So you have to set an HTML height. Now, if we did viewport height, that would work. But as it's a percentage, that's what that is. Okay. We can add HTML to it and get both. The body is actually smaller than... Right, okay, I got it. So the HTML is 90% of the width. If we increase this, we can widen it. We can widen it to 100% of the width for the HTML and then change the body. So let's change the body. Oops. So we'll just like copy this. Move that down. For some reason I didn't close that bracket. 90%. funny. Okay. 50% of that then. Yeah, so it is doing that 90%, 50%. So the reason why it doesn't work without the body is because it's not being inherited. I could do this and do inherit from the previous border box. I don't know why it's being centered like that. Why is the body being centered? Why is the body being centered? Inherit the height, inherit that. Can I... Auto sets it so that it's set inside of there. If we don't have the margin property, then margin pushes it out. Because of the sizing? Is that why? What if we change this so that it's not border box? It's actually increased. It's weird. Increased to be outside. So let's try 90%. Okay. That's weird. What's interesting about this to me is that this isn't inheriting the pixel height, it's inheriting the value of 50%. And then so it's taking half of that. That's funny. Okay. What other options are there? Bit content, values of other properties, unset or initial, inherit from there, initial, unset. So you can't like inherit it. It should be the computed value, right? But for some reason it's not. I would imagine like what I want when I say inherit is basically I want it to have the same size. But apparently it's like the same size relative to that element. That's so weird. Did we go over this before? I don't know. I gotta stay on focus here. That is not the behavior that I would expect. Inherit from there. Can you do calc? Can you inherit? I can't inherit from the previous. I can do like 90%. Do 90%. Thing is, okay, you have to do 100% to inherit from there. Border box is what we want though, so it'll be nested inside of there. Interesting. So that shrinks it down a little bit as well. Okay. So let's go back to what they had the beginning. HTML on the body, the height or the width was 90% and the height was 50%. I think that was the only thing we gave it. Was that? I think that was the only thing we gave, right? But then we did... I think that's the only things. Grid container. So we've got 4 columns of 25%. Grid template columns, 25%. That's the width, right? Columns are the main axis, and then... or rows are the main axis here, and then columns are the cross-axis. Columns, we're defining the width of each of those. So the... yeah, that's along the main axis, though. We know that the height... yeah, this isn't a quarter of the height. Because if we change one of these, we increase the width, right? Okay. The background color is dark gray for the entire container. We have a gap of 15 pixels. Background color dark gray, height is 100%. We could increase this. There we go. Dark slate blue. So what are they saying is happening here? Grid template columns is used to set the size for each column. In this case, each column size will be 25% of the container. Then the gap property is used to create space around each column. So far we've been using percentages for the column size, but we can also use the FR unit. The FR unit is a fractional unit which represents a fraction of the space from the grid container. So if you refactor it to be 1 FR, yeah. So we can, like, if I give this one 2 FR, now it's going to take up 20% of the space in there that's available for columns after calculating the grid. Oh, okay. We're going to take a break in a minute. So each column will take up 1 fraction of the available space. Since there are 4 columns, each column will have an equal share of space available in the grid container. And we'll take a break and come back in a minute. I was just checking in with World Cup. So Czechia, they tied South Africa. Not good for them. They're supposed to have a pretty cohesive team, which is interesting. Like because they've been like together for a long time. A lot of the players have played together in a lot of matches. So surprising to see them not doing well. And then they have, because they lost to Korea and then they tied with South Africa and then they got to play Mexico. They're out. They hope that Mexico beats Korea. And then if Mexico beats Korea, then I think they have just about a lock on advancement. And they can relax in the next game, and then maybe Czechia can win and move on. But their World Cup is basically almost over. South Africa's I don't see South Africa. South Africa would have to win against Korea. I don't know. I don't know a lot about this stuff. I just like playing around with it. I just like thinking about it. Let's see. So we're working on grid layouts. We start to build our grid layouts. We'll find ourselves wanting to use FR units more often. They provide a flexible, proportional way to distribute space, allowing us to create responsive layouts that adapt to varying screen sizes without needing to manually adjust pixel values. What's the purpose of the grid template columns property in the CSS Grid container? Sets the column for the containers. No. The color? No. The size for the columns? Number of rows? No, it sets the number of columns, but the size for the columns as well. How does the FR unit in CSS Grid differ from using percentages? FR units create overflowing containers. Percentages do not. No. FR units allocate space based on the available space in the container, whereas percentages take up a percentage of the available space. Yeah. I think percentages can create overflow, right? Because we tried to do that before, and if I added 35, now it's creating overflow there, right? If I do 55, now it's pushing everything out of that container there. What happens when you use grid template columns? I have to say that the questions got a little bit better here. Like, what happens when you use grid template columns in a CSS grid layout? This is a decent question. I'm not sure if it's a multiple choice question because there might be, like, it's just too many words. It's very cognitively demanding. That could be a good thing. Like some of these questions, some of the questions should have a bit of thought having to be put into it. But otherwise, it's a little bit hard to keep track of, like, all the answers. It takes a while to go through a question like this. CSS grid layout, grid template columns. The container will have 4 columns, each taking up 10% of the container's width. No. 25% of the container's width, right? But then there's not even of the container's width of the available space after you consider gaps and spacing. Columns will stack vertically. The columns will be evenly spaced, but their sizes will remain fixed. No, I don't think that's true technically, unless like fixed depending on the viewport or whatever, or fixed in what way? I don't know. The columns will take up equal fractions of the available space, with the size adjusting automatically when the container resizes. That sounds more accurate. Okay, and let's throw out our link here for sending a donation there. You can also support me, and I can get rid of these. Notifications here as well if I could. You know, just like enough to send like a $25 donation or something. So now we're on to creating gaps with between tracks in a grid. So in the previous lessons, we talked a little bit about how to create space between grid items. In this lesson, we'll dive into more detail about how to use the row gap, column gap, and gap properties in a grid layout. But first, we need to review what a track is in CSS Grid. A track is the space between two neighboring grid lines. These lines are automatically created when you use CSS Grid. In this context, tracks generally refer to the rows and columns that make up the grid layout. To create gaps between, I've just like my brain just thought of something and now I'm derailed. I'm trying to think of like for the advanced scene switcher. What are my options? I just want to. I need to like my brain just needs to have this answered right now. Can we, let's turn it off so it doesn't accidentally trigger anything. Can we grab the window position? Window positioning. Huh. Focus window change. Window contains. If the window is in like a certain region and it's focused, that's huge. That would be huge. Then I can do some other stuff rather than having to rely on the cursor. Yeah. Okay. Let me try to answer this real quick. Get window position. I might be able to do it with something else. Let me see if they say window position. Oh, is that new? Is that new? From May of 2026. Did I not update? I didn't update. That's huge. That's huge. We got to update after we're done here today. I need to add that to here before I'm going to sign off, and then we're going to set up, and then we're going to add update advanced scene switcher, because apparently there's a new update that will have the position, window positioning. That's huge. That's huge. Wait, where did we go from? How am I doing updates? Update. Go forward. Move forward. Move ahead. Top up. Update. Download. Arrow down, maybe? For download? There we go. Okay. Okay, so now I can get that out of my brain and think about that later. So in this lesson, we're going to dive into detail about how to use row gap, column gap, and gap properties. So first we need to review what a track is in CSS Grid. A track is the space between two neighboring grid lines. So the lines are automatically created when you use CSS Grid. In this context, tracks generally refer to the rows and columns that make up the grid layout. To create gaps between columns in a CSS Grid, use the column gap property. Available or acceptable values for this property include pixels, the EM unit, percentages, or the normal keyword. And so if you use the normal value for the column gap, what is normal for that? That doesn't make any sense to me. Why would you use normal? And not like auto or something like that. So if you use the normal value for the column gap property, then the result will be 0 for grid layouts and 1 EM for multi-column layouts. What do you mean multi-column? Here's an example of the markup for a 4-column grid layout. So just 4 divs inside of a div container, of a grid container, yeah. Yeah. Name that class trench coat, just 4 divs in a trench coat. For the CSS, we set the display to grid and the column gap property to 10 pixels. 10 pixels, okay. 100 pixels is the height. So we're taking 25% of the available space. So it's the... So this would be... So to calculate like how much it's actually taking up, it would be... So there's 3 gaps in between the columns, so there'd be... wait a minute, though, because... Why is there's space around as well? Does it mean that there's... Are there 3 column gaps, or are there 5? To account for the outer tracks as well. If I reduce this, let's see what happens when we reduce this. No, it's just the inside. So it's just the 3. It's just a coincidence that the padding or the margin around this container is set for 10 pixels. So it's very close to that. Margin set to 0. It's not the margin, it must be the padding. Padding 0? Okay, wait a minute. So it is yeah, I guess it's the margin. Why is that? My gosh, that looks so weird. Okay. So it's the margin, not the padding. Set the padding to 0. That doesn't change anything. It's the margin of the body, which is where the grid container is nested in. Okay, so if we wanted to change the example to have 2 rows of blue boxes and create more space between the rows, we can use the row gap property. So we can set 1FR, 1FR, specifying 2 columns, so then there's going to be overflow, and we're going to wrap around to the next thing. So it should go 1, 2, 3, 4, from left to right, and then, to the new row. Okay, so we have a row gap of 30 pixels. Each grid container has a height of 100 pixels. Background color is going to be dark blue. I wonder if we could just specify the aspect ratio. So we could have a height of 100 pixels. Although, what happens if we get rid of that? They're not visible. What if we did... one-to-one? So we can set it as 1-to-1, and I think that overrides the column gap and the row gap. Overrides the column gap for sure because of the height being the thing that we're manipulating there. What if we manipulated the width? Just make the same thing. Okay. So in the revised example, we're setting the row gap property to 30 pixels and changing the grid template columns to use just 2 FR units instead of 4 to create 2 rows of boxes. Just like the column gap property, acceptable values for the row gap property can include percentages, EM, and pixels. If you want to use a shorthand for creating gaps between rows and columns, you can use the gap property. And so the basic syntax is row value, optional column value. You specify 1 for the gap property, then that value will be applied to rows and columns. Let's take a note of this. Shorthand for the row value. Optional column value. Okay. Hey. If you specify 2 values, then the first value will go to the row. The second will be applied to the column. Okay. First value will go to the row. Second will be applied to the column. So it's really like row gap. Row value is really just row gap. Column gap, row gap. Row gap, column gap. So acceptable values for the gap shorthand property include percentages, pixels, EM, and even calc values, but you cannot use FR units there. That's funny. Ooh, I wonder why. Like, seems like you should. Seems like you should be able to, right? Column gap, row gap properties provide flexible ways to control spacing between items in a CSS grid layout. By using the properties, you can easily create visually appealing grids with consistent and adjustable gaps between rows and columns. What's the purpose of the column gap property in a CSS grid layout? Sets the space between grid columns. If you use normal for the column gap property under a grid layout, gap is set to 0. Which of the following is the correct property used as a shorthand for creating gaps between rows and columns? Gap. Okay, dokie. Can you repeat? Can you repeat it? Let's go like this here. Track listings. Been working with the grid template columns property, setting the value for fractional units. Grid container. Grid template columns. Oh, we gotta take a break. My brain needs a break anyway. Okay. Where are we here? We're repeating track listings in a grid layout. So in previous units, we've been working with a grid template columns, setting the value for a few fractional units. Yeah, okay. 1FR column gap there. It's weird that it is... Oh, because we specified the height and width of each box. Okay, so that does stretch the available space there, doesn't it? With a column gap there. Okay. While the following code is complete, there's an easier way to repeat a section. What do you mean the following code? It's previous code. It should be the previous code. It should be the preceding code. The repeat function is used to repeat a section or all of the tracks for columns or rows. This function takes in a repeat count and the tracks you wish to repeat. So here is a revised version of the earlier example using the repeat function. So just repeating using 4. So I'm going to shrink this down just so we can see everything. Width of 70 pixels, maybe even just like 50. Just do a 50 by 50. What you can do here is just do aspect ratio of 1:1. And that should set it. There it goes. But that changes the column gap there because we're not taking up enough space here. So what if I did 25% of the width? That's weird. That's weird indeed. What about 100% of the width that it can take up? There you go. 100% of the width it takes up, and then we can just set aspect ratio to 1:1. Fun. That gets us square things there. There won't be a change for the styles in the browser, but this is a more concise way to write repeated values for the columns. The repeat function will accept any valid pattern that you can use for the rows or columns. And an example using the repeat function to set the first and third columns to 20 pixels and the second and fourth columns to 1 fractional unit. So you can repeat twice, 20 pixels, 1 fractional. So it's repeating this pattern, right? And we can do 3. But we don't have that many items actually. If we added a couple more, then we could show that. So if I just like did that, and there we go. Just copy those divs. So what if I did 2? It goes to the next column there. There's no row gap, so we can set a row gap. We should the gap of 10 pixels for each one. And so I could also add another one as 1FR, and then that way it's a different way to display 6 items like that. Yeah. Okay. So sometimes you might opt to write out each individual value instead of using the repeat function, but there are times when this function comes in handy, especially when you want to repeat a particular pattern for a track listing. Which of the following is the correct syntax for repeating track listings? Times 4, no. 4, 1FR, so 4... Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, it's going to be this one. So you specify that there are 4 columns with 1 FR each. If we did 4 1 FR 1 FR, then that would be 8 total. So what's the primary benefit of using the repeat function in grid template columns? Allows repeating column definitions more concisely, reduces redundancy. Yeah, that's not usually what we mean when we talk about code redundancy. It's really like that's like specifying it's not really redundancy because it's necessary to keep it to write it out, but it is more concise. I just disagree with the framing that it's of redundancy. What is the result of setting grid template columns to repeat 2 20 pixels 1 FR? So you have 4 total columns. The first will have the first and third will have a width of 20 pixels, and then the second and fourth will have a spacing of yeah, so they're gonna each have spacing of 1/2 the available space that's all remained there. So yeah, the third one, 1 FR wide, but what 1 FR is rather interesting in that case, because it's going to be calculated based on the gap available, or the gap so you have like the total available space for the container, subtract off 40 pixels because that's 2 of the containers there already, 2 of the grid items, and then you have to subtract off the column there, and then what's left, then each of the remaining ones is going to get 1/2 of that available space. So what's the difference between an implicit and explicit grid? We covered this on the 21st day 21. Not June 21st, but on day 21, which was where was it? How come it's not on there? It's just day 21, which was on June 12th. So explicit grid is the grid layout defined in the CSS with columns and rows, and then the implicit grid handles the placement of additional items not explicitly added to the grid layout. Grid track is the space between grid items. So an implicit grid refers to the rows and columns automatically created by the browser when placing items in a grid layout. These not explicitly defined using grid template rows or grid template columns. So the properties that control the columns and rows created implicitly by the browser are grid auto columns and grid auto rows. Implicit grid also refers to the additional rows and columns the browser automatically generates when you place an item outside the explicitly defined rows and columns. So for instance, say you define only 2 explicit columns in a grid layout this way. Okay, so we're specifying the grid container. So yeah, just as we thought would suspect here is that it's 6 items inside of this grid container, but what we're giving the grid columns is to have 2 columns, 100 pixels each for the explicit columns. Okay. And the background color, burly wood, border, that. Okay, padding is just styling of the grid item. Right, 2 items filled the first row using the 2 explicit columns, item 1 in the first column and item 2 in the second column. The next items start a new row, going in the first column of the second row and the item 4 in the second column of the second row, and so on. As we've already seen, explicit grids are the areas of the grid we intentionally set up. That is, the rows and columns we explicitly define for a grid layout using the grid template rows, grid template columns properties. And so here's a table summarizing the differences between explicit grids, where in the first column we have feature, second column is explicit grid, third column is the implicit grid. So for size control in an explicit grid is fully customizable using grid template rows and grid template columns, but in an implicit grid, it's controlled by grid auto rows and grid auto columns, or defaults to auto. So the default behavior does not change unless explicitly defined in an explicit grid. In an implicit grid, default behavior automatically adapts to items placed outside the explicit grid. In an explicit grid, complexity requires more planning for layout structure. Implicit grids are easier to implement complexity when you have unstructured or variable content. So in an explicit grid, rigid structure with defined rows and columns. So very little flexibility. And an implicit grid is flexible and it adapts dynamically to placed content. Performance-wise, explicit grid is potentially more performant as the layout is predefined. There's no more calculations to make after that, but the implicit grid may require additional browser computations for the grid generation. The use case for explicit grid is when the grid structure is predictable and defined up front, and then implicit is useful for dynamic layouts where content is unknown or changes frequently. Which properties control the columns and rows created implicitly by the browser in a CSS grid layout? Grid auto columns, grid auto rows. Which properties are used to define explicit rows and columns in a CSS grid layout? Grid template rows, grid template columns. Which of the following code examples is the correct way to set 2 explicit columns? This would work. Grid container, display grid, grid template columns, grid template rows. So we want 2 explicit columns. Grid column start is the wrong property. Grid template rows here is the wrong property that we're setting. This will create 2 rows, not columns. And then the auto will, I think, the implicit thing is to move new items into their next column. And this would create 4 columns, not 2. Okay, moving on. Let's talk about the min-max function, how it works. The min-max function defines the range for the size of a grid track, specifying how much space a row or column can occupy. Remember that you can set the track size with units like pixels, rem, or even em, and with fractional units fr. The min-max function takes things a bit further by allowing you to set a minimum size and a maximum size for the grid track. The syntax of min-max is as follows. It's min-max, min, and then max. Min is the minimum size of the grid track, which can be set using pixels, percentage, and auto. Max is the maximum size of the grid track, which you can set with the same units. The 2 values work this way. The min value ensures the grid track will never shrink below a set size. The max value limits how large the grid track can grow. So the grid track size adjusts dynamically between the min and max values based on content and container size. So you can set min max there. Let's take a note. Sets bounds for the size of the track. So, yeah. Okay, but the track, you're saying track, but isn't that, I'm not sure I understand what they mean by grid track. Let's take a look over at the MDN docs because I think we need to expand on this. I think they're missing a value, a unit here, or at least a, not a unit, but like a page. They're missing a page on grid tracks. So a grid track is the space between 2 adjacent grid lines. They are defined as in the explicit grid by using the grid template columns, or the shorthand grid and grid template properties. Tracks are also created in the implicit grid by positioning a grid item outside of the tracks created in the explicit grid. So first track row on a grid. Okay. So when defining grid tracks using grid template columns and grid template rows, you may use any length unit. Let's zoom in on this. And also the flex unit FR, which indicates a portion of the available space in the grid container. Grid track is space between adjacent grid lines. So when defining grid tracks using grid template columns, grid template rows, you may use any length unit and also the flex unit. But they said we can't use the flex unit for the gap property. But I'm just curious why they're saying. I thought the track was just the spacing between items, so I don't know. The example below demonstrates a grid with 3 column tracks, one of 200 pixels, the second of 1 FR, and the third of 3 FR. Okay. I don't know here. I gotta get some more music. This stuff is repeating I hear this song a lot, and I don't I don't want to hear it anymore. I need some more variety. The example below demonstrates a grid with 3 column tracks, one of the 200, one there. Okay, yeah. Okay, so we're saying that a grid track is actually the entire thing with the gap included. Okay. Track sizing in the implicit grid. Tracks created in the implicit grid are auto-sized. Two adjacent grid lines. Okay. Okay, so the track, they're saying space between grid lines, so it is taking up the entire thing. Whatever, okay. Practical example. Here we have a... Oh no, come on, don't do that. Go back. Okay, practical example. Two items inside a grid container. Min max. The smallest it can be is 150. The maximum it can be is 300 pixels. And then 1 FR. So the first one, it's kind of taking up whatever space it can. Won't it just be set to the minimum, or will it max it? So will the 1 FR refer to 150 pixels because that's like the minimum that the other thing could be, which then maybe not, because okay, I gotta think about this. We're gonna come back in a minute. Ahoy, mateys! Okay, so we are taking a look at min-max thing here, right? So we're trying to figure out what's happening here. What is the value going to be there? So divs that come off of grid container, so they're direct siblings or direct children of grid container, so nothing, right, because we have these other elements. Okay, H2. So we just want to target the, got it, we just want to target the div container. So we set a background and then a padding and text line. So that stuff's fine. What's going on with this grid template columns here? So what is happening here? The first column, min max 150, 300 pixels, will always be at least 150 pixels and at most 300 pixels, depending on the available space. Okay, but then on the other hand, the second column, 1FR, will take up any remaining space in the grid container since there are no additional columns to share the space with. So how does this work? The advantage of the min-max function over fixed sizes and even FR units is that it is more flexible, making it ideal for adaptability and responsiveness. You have not explained what is actually going on here. What's the size gonna be? What is 1FR? How do you calculate 1FR? They haven't explained that. Right? So are we at least... Can we... Let's take a look at this. Let's inspect this. So... Item 2. That div. Okay, that div is actually interesting. Why is it more? Div container, right? How come the layout stuff, I can't... Let me take a look at the layout. So layout, we know is... So we have it set to content box. Displays block, float is there for that one, but that's weird because this should be, okay, div containers grid, not floating it, and I don't know how it's determining what the size should be, right? Does this not, so I don't have any. Wait a minute. Display area names, display line numbers. Area names, extend lines infinitely. So grid container, inside the grid item. Width is 163. Why did we define that to be 163? And why is there... There's a gap of 20, but there's also a padding of 20 pixels as well on top of that. So if we go into here, we have 20 pixels top and bottom and left and right. So it should be 163. Okay. But the... Okay, okay, so the minimum is 150, but the way that it's calculating the size of the track is that it's taking the entire grid item plus the gap? Is that true? Don't understand this. So if I change this to border box, now we're taking into account the size of the hell, where's the thing? Document in here. There it is. We're taking into account. No, it doesn't change that. That's so weird. Shouldn't that make it? Because now it says. I'm very confused. 123, and then there's a margin of 20. So margin of 20 for the top and bottom of that item. What's this anyway? Where are these coming from anyway? Grid container? There's the grid container thing. Okay, so that's something to look at, right? Okay. Row, that doesn't help us. This doesn't help us either. So why is the grid? So the grid track then is this thing, and then there's spacing here. That's the gap. Is that what we're saying? -1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Oh, going in this direction, -1. We can say this is -1, but it's actually 2 as well. So in 1, 2, 2. Okay, I think I understand that part. -3. That's interesting that it's -3. Starting at -3. Very confused by this. I think we're going to look at debugging later as well. I don't know what is happening here. I don't know how 1FR is being calculated. I'm at a loss. I have no idea. How do we calculate these values based on what we're giving it here? I don't know. Just consider it to be magic for the moment here. So what function can we use to define the range for the size of a grid track? We can use min-max. Which of the following best describes how the grid track size behaves when using the min-max function? So the grid track size is fixed between the minimum and max values. That's I think it adjusts dynamically between the min and max values based on the content and container size. Grid track size only responds to content, not container size. No, I don't think that's right. What does the min and max value in the min-max function control? So min allows shrinking. Max value sets a fixed size. What? The min value ensures the grid track won't shrink below a set size, and the max value limits how large it can grow. That sounds the most accurate. We're just gonna have to move on and figure out some other stuff here. So we got a lot to go through here, and we'd like to get through these two lessons here before going into the lunch break, so that we have time in the afternoon to just go all the way through the workshop and the lab. Okay. So the grid column and grid row properties let you specify the horizontal and vertical placement of grid items within a grid layout. In other words, they allow you to control where a grid item begins and ends by referencing grid lines. These grid lines are the boundaries that separate rows and columns you have already defined using the grid template rows and grid template columns properties. Is it just me, or did they make this unnecessarily confusing when with calling them grid tracks? I don't know. Take a look at the syntaxes of both grid row, grid column. I do know that grid layout is the newer of the layouts, right? It's newer than flex. So maybe they haven't quite worked out. Maybe there'll be some advancements or changes in like CSS 4. I think we're on CSS 3 right now. See, look at the syntaxes of grid row and grid column. Also a practical example. Here's the syntax of the grid row property. Start line and end line. For grid row. So let's take a note here. Syntax for that. Grid column is, of course, going to be the same. We just change that just to make sure that we know that it's the full word rather than abbreviated COL for column. Start line is the grid line where the item starts, and end line is the grid line where the item ends. So both are 1 indexed. That is, you start counting them from 1, not 0. Remember, grid lines for rows are generated based on the number of rows specified in the grid template rows property. The same applies to columns with the grid template columns property. Ooh, okay. So for the practical example, let's start with the lines generated by the browser when you use both the grid template rows and grid template columns properties. Here's an example grid with 4 columns and 3 rows. Right, okay. Right, we have 12 items, they're all labeled. Inspecting the grid container shows that each row and column is bounded by 2 lines. So if we do this, let's inspect this. We will inspect, die like the rest. Wait, what is this? There's no div grid highlighter here. I don't see anything. Div grid. Okay, so I need to do it like that. Which one is which? Is it this one? It's that one. There must be something else on the same page here. So we have it between the first line, and the second line. So the second line goes down the same thing here. So they say that the class grid shows that each row and column is bounded by 2 lines, a start line at the beginning of the row or column and an end line at the end. So 1 is bounded by the vertical lines 1 and 2 here. And that's the column. So the column is bounded by 1 and 2 for this first column. Second column bounded by 2 and 3. Third column bounded by 3 and 4. And then 4 and 5 for the other one. But then also you can specify... Why is it different then? What about item 4? And they say, so I'm confused about the verticals though. So it's between vertical 1 and 2. Or the horizontal lines 1 and 2, not the verticals. Okay. This one's bounded by 1 and 2 in the horizontal. Oh my god, this is confusing as hell. Why are all of the rows 1 and 2? How do you determine... Wait, is each individual thing a grid as well? Oh, it is. Each individual thing is a grid as well. Never mind. Okay, so that's why. You can target these lines to start using the grid row and grid column properties to determine where you should place an item. First, you can make the item occupy the first 2 columns. So 1 through 3. And so if we inspect this one, and we look here, let's get rid of that one. We inspect this. So 1 to line 3 there. We have another grid underneath that, and I'll activate that, and then we'll take a look at that. You're saying the first grid item should start at column 1 and end just before column 3, so grid column. The first item will now show 2 columns, and the fourth item gets pushed to the second. So you also want the first item to occupy 2 rows, so you can specify grid row 1 to 3. Got it. Got it, okay. So we're getting some overflow here too. Interesting. And you can also use the span keyword to tell the grid item which row and column to span across. So for example, 1, 3 is the same as 1 span 2. why? Why though? Unless you were using like the negative values. Span across the negative in case. Why would you ever use the span thing? So you can continue to apply this technique to any item on the grid and place them wherever you want, continuing this process. Here's how we made a masonry layout with with the items. What does that even mean? Masonry element, like a masonry element. You made a brick house or something? You made a brick? You made a brick wall? Okay, so inside of the grid there. Oh gosh, I don't know which grid it is. There it is, okay. Oh, we can explore it through this thing too. Well, what happened to the other ones though? It's 8, 9, 10. 8, 9, 10, 11. We're missing a few, aren't we? Because didn't we have more of them styled? Oh, we only have 7. We only styled 7. Okay, and then there's empty spaces. So what to do? What do the grid column and grid row properties specify in a grid layout? Vertical and horizontal placement of grid items. What determines the number of grid lines generated for rows and columns in a grid layout? Oh gosh, okay. Template rows in that, I think. How can you specify the way grid items span across rows or columns? By using span keyword or range. There we go. We're going to move on, but we're going to take a break and take a lunch. And when we come back, we're going to look at how we can position items on the grid using the grid template property, grid template areas property, which is quite a lot to take in here on this one module here. But we're going to apply that to a workshop when we get back. Okay, let's reset the where are we here? Come on. All right, let's reset the timer here for the okay. Let's see. How can you position items on the grid using the grid template properties? Grid template areas property. All right, let me. It's a little bright in the background. All right, what's going on? YouTube's not getting enough video? Why not? What is happening? Okay, so I think it's working now. So weird. Okay. That's highlighted. There we go. So the grid template areas property lets you design a visual grid layout by using named labels. Okay. Labeling of grid items. Classes again. Everything's just not working out well here right now. In other words, those named labels are also called grid area names. So grid template areas can be header, header, header. Left sidebar main, right sidebar footer, footer, footer. So to take the takeaway from the basic syntax is values like header and main are the names of the grid areas. Each space separated value within a string corresponds to a column. Each string represents a row in the grid. Okay. So a 3x3 grid container is what we have above. So after defining the template, you can then use you then have to use the grid area property and the named labels as values to tell CSS that a specific element belongs in that area of the grid. The grid area property connects the grid item to the named region you define in the grid template areas. Popular way to demonstrate the capabilities of the grid template areas property is by creating the classic Holy Grail layout. If you don't know what it is, I certainly don't know what the heck it is. The Holy Grail layout is a web design pattern with a header, a footer, 2 sidebars, and a main content area. It ensures the main content takes priority. while sidebars and other sections adjust responsively within the layout. Many solutions exist to implement the Holy Grail layout, but using grid template areas and grid area property is the most straightforward way to create it. It's quite a statement. Here's an example for the Holy Grail layout. So we have a div with the class of grid container. So that holds all of our elements. And we have a class of header at the top here as the first child of div class container of grid container. And so we have the header div, we have the sidebar left, main content, then sidebar right, and then a footer. And for some reason, this doesn't go the entire width here. We have something going on here. Probably the size of this. No, it's not really anything to do with the size of it, is it? If I go to 0 to the 100% scaling, it doesn't shrink down. I can't shrink this or expand it. Don't understand what they did here. Display grid gap. I think that what we could do is to do the border box. No, that's not it. Okay. So grid container, it's not that. Do that for the body then. That doesn't do it either. That doesn't do it either. I don't understand. 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 No margin, no padding. Do we have to do it for HTML too? Really? Why is it all so screwed up here? Probably because the padding. Oh gosh. Okay. Well, I could do it for all items. That doesn't help things though. It's weird. Honestly, it's weird. I don't get it. So header should take up the first 3. Sidebar main and sidebar right are taking up the center, and then footer is what's taking up that there, the bottom. And then you're using the names of these things for the grid area property there. So please note that both the grid template areas and grid area properties can be used independently of each other. The grid template areas property is specifically used to define a visual layout by mapping out named grid areas within the grid container. So on the other hand, the grid area property is used to position individual grid. It's not really on the other hand. We're not, what? That's not, it, whatever. The grid area property is used to position individual grid items either by specifying their row and column positions or by referencing the named areas defined with the grid template areas property. So how do you design a grid layout with the grid template areas property? String of space separated values to represent the different rows and columns of the layout. Okay, that's the most accurate of them from what we've read. Which property do you use the grid template areas property in combination with? Is the grid area for each of the grid items. Specific use case of the grid area property, specify an area of the grid to exclude? No. Specify the size of grid items? No. Place individual grid items by specifying row and column positions. Okay, so now we can move on to this Build a Magazine workshop here. We have 79 steps. We'll get this started and I'll toggle over to the pomodoro, or the progress bar, I mean. It's not building a city skyline. What we have here is building a magazine. I'm going to zoom out a little bit here. Give myself some space. We're going to open up the preview in a separate window and tack that guy over there. Tack him up over there. And we'll get started with this. So in this workshop, oh, actually, we needed to set the steps, set the number of steps. What am I doing? Number of steps is 79, I think, is what it was. Yeah, 79 steps. Okay, so in this workshop, we will create a magazine using, whatchamacallit. Actually, wait a minute. What happened to the, like, intro thing? I think I want to, like, view that again. Where's the... Okay, this is what we're going to create. We have this big header element, free code camp at the top there, taking up the entire screen. Our new curriculum, we have our efforts to restructure our curriculum with a more project-based focus. I think that this is our second grid item here, where we have like an H1 element and then sub-element, like another header element, an H2, or maybe that's just, I don't know. Maybe this entire thing is that, I don't know. We could do individual columns for each of these, or grid items, grid areas. So we could have this as like spanning across a couple grid areas, this spanning across the same. Okay, interesting. Okay, this is a very interesting layout here. We have a left column, another column here, then we have another grid item here, and then here, then there as well. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, I think what happens here is that this is one interesting. I think you could do a float here in that center there. I wonder if that's what they're going to do. Can you float center? Is that a thing that we can do? And then wrap text around? That's interesting. I don't know if that's a possibility. Otherwise, you do a grid layout within here, and then have one. I don't know. I'm curious how we're gonna achieve this. So let's get started here. I'll open up the preview window again because I messed that up. So in this workshop, we're going to create a magazine page using a press release from a previous version of Free Code Camp's curriculum. So we'll add a link element for an href https fonts Google Apps CSS family Anton Baskerville. What's that percentage 7C? Is that underscore? Is that a space or something? Railway? And display swap. I don't know what that display swap means. A link for that. Okay, but do we have to... Is it href or is it source? I think it's href, right? And then a link for https use.fontawesome.com releases the 5.8.2/css/ all.css style sheet. Do we have to say that it's a style sheet? This is a rel of style sheet for our sheet here. Okay, so we should have a rel of style sheet for all of these ones. So let's just copy this, paste that in there. Did I copy that wrong or did I? Fonts.google APIs. CSS question mark family Anton Baskerville Railway. With two V's? Why with two V's? That's weird. So within our body element, we're going to create a main element, and then we'll create, let's see, a section with the class of heading. Okay. And then within that heading element, we're going to create a header element. With the class set to hero. In that element, we're going to create an img element, and we're going to set it to the source https cdn.freecodecamp.org platform universal FCC meta 1920 by 1080 dash indigo dash dot png here alt going to be set to free code camp logo. Does this load? I don't see it loaded. I don't see it in there. Class set to hero img. The loading attribute on an img element can be set to lazy to tell the browser not to fetch the image resource until it is needed, as in when the user scrolls the image into view. Let's see how that's working now here. As an additional benefit, lazy loaded elements will not load until the non-lazy elements are loaded. This means users with slow internet connections can view the content on your page without having to wait for the images to load. Obviously we typed this wrong. FCC meta 1920 big X. There we go. That's the that's what it is. And there's that huge image. Now we're gonna have to make it fit. But first, I guess we're gonna add a H1 element in our header section. And we're going to give this a class of hero title. And we're going to set this to our new curriculum, followed by a paragraph element with the class set to hero subtitle. And the text, our efforts to restructure our curriculum with a more project-based focus. There we go. Can't really see that because the background is not set correctly there. Your image currently takes up a lot of space. To better see what we're working with, add a width attribute to the image element with a value of 400. Okay, there we go. We'll remove this later. After the header element. Well, before we take a stab at step number 6, we'll take a quick break. Alright, so we're on step number 6, and we are looking at the header element we have just created. I'm going to actually go into the styles and... Can I change the HTML background color? There we go. And so that's what it looks like right now. We're going to style this a little bit differently, though. With the different background, different colors for our text. But let's see, after our header element, we want to create a div with a class set to author. And within this, we're going to create a paragraph element with the class set to author name and give it the text by free code camp. And we're going to wrap the free code camp portion in a span element, or a link element, actually. A link element with the href set to https freecodecamp.org. And we're going to close that anchor tag there around free code camp text. Set the target to blank, and that will open up in a new window, right? Or a new tab, a new window. Below that, we're going to add a second paragraph element with the class publish date. Got to give the text March 7th, 2019. Control enter through there to get to the next step here. The referrer HTTP header contains information about the address or URL of a page that a user might be visiting from. This information can be used in analytics to track how many users from your page visit freecodecamp.org, for example. Setting the rel attribute to non or no referrer omits this information from the HTTP request. Okay, so I need to we need to take a note of that. I need to reread that, take a note of that. This is new to me. Referrer, HTTP header. Contains information about the address or URL of a page that a user might be visiting from. Right. I think I've seen that in, I have taken a look at some HTTP headers when looking at network traffic information with Wireshark. So I have been doing some like networking courses, watching the, there was a Humble bundle of video courses that I picked up, and it was like training for like some certification or something, but I was more just interested in the networking basics and concepts. I forget what the name of it though. But yeah, so that's where I've seen the header information and stuff for the requests, for GET requests and put requests and stuff. So this, or post request, this information can be used in analytics to track how many users from your page visit FreeCodeCamp, for example. Okay. So I'm confused when it sends it back. I don't understand. Setting the rel attribute to no referrer omits the information from the HTTP request, right? So then the FreeCodeCamp doesn't know that it came from where it came from. Okay, so give your A element a rel of no referrer. So it's an anchor tag attribute. Okay, so then so how would we get that information though? Because we're sending that information to FreeCodeCamp. Isn't that what that's doing? So how would it help us keep track of the number of a user might be visiting from? I don't understand. Somebody teach me in the comments. Let's see. They spelled refer wrong on that one. Request interface. No. Relationship between the linked. So no follow, no opener, no refer. So there's a whole bunch of stuff here. Surprisingly, I don't think they went over a lot of that stuff in the HTML section. Certainly don't remember a lot of this. All the different values that a rel could take on. Problem is that, can you give it multiple? Can you just give it a string of all of these different things? Is that what we can do? Space separated. Let's see if there's space separated keywords. Yeah, okay. Every keyword within a space separated value should be unique within that value. Okay, value alternate. And so it says like whether or not it's allowed. Link, not allowed. Not allowed. Annotation. Okay, well that's interesting. Licensing information. Interesting. Although recognize the synonym copyright must, it's incorrect and must be avoided. All right, that's something to learn for another day. Let's go back here. Below the author element, we're going to create another div, and this is going to have the social icons. So we'll give it a class of social icons. And inside this div, we're going to add 5 anchor tags, and within that new div, we're going to give them href properties of something, but then is there anything else we're going to add to them? No, just that. So I'll make these tags here. All right, so we need 5. We need 5, and so we're gonna give, I should have just done HTTPS. Actually, let me get that settled first, because that is going to be common thing among them. So first one being facebook.com free code camp, and the next one being twitter.com free code camp, instagram.com free code camp, LinkedIn. For some reason they want the www there. School free code camp. Give a very special address there. YouTube code camp. They want dub. Seriously for that one? You don't need dub. You don't need the dub. So within each of our new anchor elements, we're going to add an I element and give okay. So the class is going to be fab and then something else. FA dash and then something. So I'm going to copy that and paste that into each of these. I don't know why I didn't close. I didn't copy the close off part of that. FA Facebook dash F. Let's see. Does that actually bring that up? All right. Let's go over to the styles and we'll. Yeah, it does. Okay, so it does show up there. For the other icon, we'll set it as Twitter, and Twitter icon should show up, and it does. Zoom in on this so that we can see it a little better. What else? Where are we now? We're over here. FA Instagram, and that one shows up. The fourth one is the linked in dash in. There we go. They want the LinkedIn in, not the LinkedIn linked. They want the in. Yatubs. 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 There we go. Copy this. Copy that. Below the heading element, we're going to create a new section. So I just want to take a quick look-see at what our document is looking like right now. So close that down for a second. Actually, get rid of the instructions for a minute. Our document is looking like we have a main class. Why can't I shrink this? Why can I not? Why can I not do that? I can't collapse these? Collapse it. Come on, man. Really? You won't let me collapse it? Okay. Really? Why is that? So we have a section called heading, and then inside of that we have our header, and our header contains the information about the new curriculum, efforts to restructure curriculum, and so that other thing. Then below that we have the author, which is by Free Code Camp. Inside that div, which we're still inside of the class heading here. Okay. We have the author, then we have the social icons. And now we're closing out that section. So that's the end of that section. Now we're going to create a new section. I don't understand why there's like a space there. Whatever. Or maybe it'll go away in the next thing. So we're going to give this a class of text. And within this, we're going to make a paragraph element, and we're going to give this the class of first paragraph. And I'm just going to go and copy and paste this We'll just go and copy and actually just drag it on in there. I think we can do. Yep, we can drag it on in. Just drag it in. Just drag it on in. It's a little dragon. It's a little dragon. Okay, we're going to create another one. We're going to give it different text there. Okay. So you don't care about labeling this as the other paragraphs because you'll just, I guess, use the next sibling selectors in CSS to target the subsequent paragraphs that come after the first. So let's go back over to here. Should see what we're working with right now. Surprised that we can't collapse any of this stuff. I think there's maybe an error with this. If I reload, oh, I'm gonna have to pop this out. That's right. Okay, here we go. Zoom in a little bit. I really don't like us collapsing anything. Why can't I collapse this? I don't like it. I don't like it. Then we're going to create 3 paragraph elements. After the 3 paragraph elements, create a block quote element. Within that, we're going to put an HR horizontal rule, a paragraph element with the class of quote. And then a second HR element. I'm going to give this quote the text, the entire curriculum would be a series of projects. Okay. It's not exactly what we're going with here. Oh, because I put the period in, they don't want us to have the period. And below the block quote, we're going to add another P element with some other text. And no more walls of explanatory text. Okay, but there's a wall of explanatory text. Okay, you can become a sip otter. Help them build more certifications. Okay. Go back over here. Close the styles there. Okay, so I'm going to create a 5th element. And save humanity. Give it a following text. It should have the provided text, but okay, yeah, because it's got that thing. Whatever. Okay, and then one final paragraph element, because we're just, copying and pasting, because that's what we do here. And instead of building a series of that, there we go. We got our content set up. Let's do some styling. Come on, can we do some styling yet? We still got to do some. Gotta add content. More content. Content. We're going to have a section that's going to have a class of text and also text with images. And then within that, we're going to have an article element with a class set to brief history. Then we'll have an aside with the class of image wrapper, and then when we come back, we'll finish up. We'll start on step number 18 and beyond. Okay, so we're on step number 18. We got a long way to go here today. We got within our article element, we're going to create an H3 with a text of a brief history. And we're going to give this a class of list title. Let's go ahead and set our background back so we can see it. And paragraph element of the curriculum, a brief history of the curriculum. Then create a UL element with a class called lists. Go. Within the UL element, we're going to have 6 list items, and so we'll create those items. And within add an H4 element with a class to each of them. Class of list subtitles, and then a paragraph after that. Paragraph element after that. Okay, and then so maybe I want to just like copy the first thing. We'll just say like V1 2014, and then we'll change it from there. Left side of the semicolon. Paragraph has the right. Okay, I'll just go from there. There we go. So that's 6 of those, right? V2, V3, V4. Whoopsie, 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 oops, oops, whoopsie. V6. Okay, that's what that is. So then we'll just copy and paste. All coding is copying and pasting. That's what we do when we code. We just copy and we paste. We copy our paste. Sometimes we eat the paste. They don't like it when we eat the paste. But we will eat the paste. You added algorithmic challenges. Well, you added cut and paste challenges right here. Sure. V3 2015. So you did 2 updates in a year. That's remarkable. Added our own. Oh, we can get rid of this stuff. You know what? You can just go like this. Bing bong. There we go. Fuck your life. What did you think of that now? Look at this. 2016 they expanded to DS because that's what everybody did. Gotta jump on the bandwagon. Data science. It's the brand new fad. It's the brand new thing. Now data science is nothing. We can do data science with our LLMs now. Can it be good? Will it be accurate? We can do it though. This one goes to 11. That's how we know. Oh boy. Okay, now we have an aside. as opposed to what I just did. That was more of a soliloquy, but this is an aside. Create 2 image elements. And a block quote element. Okay. And a 3rd image element. And we're going to have a block quote element that has the class of image quote. And set to image quote, and that's it? That's all you want us to do right now? Okay. A lot of content here. Why don't you just give us the content and we can, like, work with it? We can just style it. I guess the styling portion of this is just, like, not as many steps. They want us to really understand the structure of the document. Within the image wrapper element, did I even call it image wrapper? I don't even remember doing that part. Just kind of glazed over it. So the first one is going to have a href or source of CDN free code camp .org testable projects FC or FCC images random quote machine. Not as good as a pretty hate machine. The alt is going to be image of the quote machine project. Oops. Class is going to be image 1. Loading is lazy. A width attribute going to be 600 and a height attribute of 400. Okay. There it is. Really? You don't want us to... Okay, you want us to have it in quotes. Within your image wrapper element, we're going to give the second image element. Okay, well, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to cheat and copy this stuff. And then inside here, I'm just going to change this part. Testable projects, FCC images, calc. And it's going to be image of a calculator project, not just the, it's not the calculator project, where it's going to be all of them. A lazy class is image 2, height to 400, width to 600. Wait, width set to 400? Oh, we're changing it up a bit here. Then we're going to do the same thing as the other one. Let me go back and copy this one. Underneath the block quote, we have this one from the random quote machine. And this is survey form background. .jpeg. Oh, wow. I haven't JPEG'd it in a while. 4 people working on code. How many coders does it take? It's going to be image 3. And I think everything else is good. There we go. Within our image quote, we're going to nest an HR element. We're going to put a paragraph element. And then we're going to have another HR element. And then inside of the paragraph element, we're going to give it a class of quote with the text. The millions of people who are learning to code through free code camp will have an even better resource to help them learn these fundamentals. There we go. Now we can start with the CSS. All right, let's go. Let's do a reset. Let's go star, and then we'll do before, before, and after. We're going to set the padding to 0, the margin to 0. We're going to set the box sizing, the border box. Now we've reset this. Format there. There we go. Breaking everything down, squashing it up. We're going to create an HTML selector. Actually, let's just do this. Background of white so that we can see what the hell we're doing here. Font size is going to be 62.5%. Why do you do it like that? What? What? Okay, I gotta like... Oh, wow, they made it tiny. You made it tiny. The default font size for our web page to 10 pixels. Oh, wow, okay. Makes it easier for us to work with the rem units later, as 2 rem would be 20 pixels. Wow, that's an interesting reset. Okay. Let's select our body and get a font family of Baskerville with a fallback to a serif font. And can you please set the background so I can see what the hell we're doing? I'm going to set the color property to linen. Oh my. And the background color is going to be RGB 20, 30, 40. What is that color? It's like a grayish, bluish, doesn't look bluish. Bluish, background there. There we go. Okay. Our H1 selector is going to have a font family of Anton with a fallback to sans serif. And so we can see the difference there. There we go. Big difference. We can see our entire page, but you know what? I want to zoom in just a little bit to be able to see everything a little bit better. I can still see everything. That looks okay. Do that. Then we'll select all the other heading sizes here with the H2 through H6, and we'll give it a font family of Railway with sans serif as the fallback. I don't know what changed there because I don't know where the other H2 and H3 and H4 elements were. Oh, it's on the versioning, the V1 and V2, V3 and that stuff. So without and then with, I guess makes it a little bit easier to see. Step 30, we're going to create an anchor tag selector. And we're going to set the text decoration to none. We're going to set the color property to linen. Okay. Alrighty. Now we're ready to start putting together the grid layout. So we'll set the grid layout. Let's see. Previous lessons, we learned that CSS Grid offers a two-dimensional grid-based layout. allowing us to center items horizontally and vertically while still retaining control to do things like overlap elements. We're going to begin by creating a main selector and set that display to grid. Nothing much happened yet. Now we can style our grid. CSS Grid is very similar to Flexbox in that it has a special property for both the parent and child elements. In this case, our parent element is the main element. We're going to set the content to have a 3-column layout by adding a grid template columns property with a value of 1FR, 94 rem, 1FR. There we go. Everything is piled up on the top there. Let's move back out just a little bit. Everything's just there. Everything's into a 3-column format there. We got to do something with that though. So it creates 3 columns where the middle column is 94 rem wide, which is what is that, 94 pixels wide, and the first and last columns are both or it's 940 pixels wide, I should say. Last columns are both 1 fraction of the remaining space in the grid container. Okay. We're going to use the min-max function to make our columns responsive on any device. The min-max function takes 2 arguments, obviously the first being the minimum and the second being the maximum. These values could be a length, percentage, an FR value, or even a keyword like max content. We're going to wrap each of our already defined values of the grid template columns property in a min-max function. Okay, so we're going to wrap all of them in a min-max function. Okay. So each value is going to be the second argument, but the first argument should be 2 rem for the first, min content for the second one, and then 2 rem for the last one. And that's what that looks like then. So we have 3 different things here. It kind of looks funky. Kind of funky looking now. That's funky. Are we sure that's what we want? Okay, now we're going to add space between rows in the grid layout. We can use the row gap property. We're going to give the main selector a row gap of 3 rem. Okay. All right. Come a sip otter. So what's going on here? When I zoom in, everything's kind of bleeding over. Interesting. You don't have bounding placed on the content inside of the grid. Okay. Probably due to the min-maxing here. You got grid mogged. Your magazine will have 3 primary sections. You already we already set the overall layout in the main rule, but you can adjust the placement in the child rules. So one option is the grid column property, which is shorthand for the grid column star. So if I were to like inspect this part, Here's what's going on. I can look at the layout and we can see the grid layout here, where we can take a look at the main, and it's just the one column by the looks of it. Just the one column there. We're in the main here. It's just the one column. Okay. No, we have the 3 sections. Why is that grid like that, though? One option is the grid column property, which is shorthand for grid column start, grid column end. The grid column property tells the grid item which grid line to start and end at. So we're going to create a heading class selector, and we're going to set the grid column to 2/3. Okay, and that changes the layout a little bit here. So this tells the heading element to start at grid line 2 and end at grid line 3. So there still is space between 1 and 2. So there's space there to fill up. Next, we're going to create a text selector and give it a grid column 2 divided by 3. It's a very complex. This is very complex, and yet we're not getting a whole lot of motivation about why we're moving these things around the way that we want them to be. It's kind of just, we're just going through the motions, just copying what they're asking us to do here. There's not really a lot of thinking involved with why we want to place these items the way that they are in this intermediate step here, between our blank canvas, to getting all the content there to the finished product. I don't know. Okay, so we're going to set the display property of our heading selector to grid. So now, why might we be doing that? So our heading is this thing, right? Our heading was this entire part, or let me see, what was the heading? We can inspect, actually. Let's inspect it. Inspection. The heading goes all the way up to the social icons. Okay. And the layout of that. Okay, so far we have just 3. Oh, God, it's interesting. Isn't it supposed to be 3 columns? And yet... I guess it's overflowing. Is that what's happening? We're overflowing into the next row here? I don't understand what's happening with this. Let's move this over here for a second. Let's move this right here. Yeah, so we can take a look at this. So we can see what's going on. Oh, so interesting. So that's the second part. This is like our footer part. And so we show the grid lines extend infinitely. Don't need to extend infinitely, but I do like seeing the numbers there. And the area names. We could set area names. That would be interesting. And I imagine that that's what we're going to do as a refactor. Just to make it easier to work with. So why might we want to set the display property for the heading to grid so that we can work within this one grid area here, which is from 2 to 3. From the second to the second line to the third line. So it's from the start of the second to the start of the third, right? Or something like that. Yeah. I think that's what's going on. So we want to set this to grids because we want to be able to adjust all of this information so that we can put this stuff like side by side. If we zoom in only on this element here, we want to center this like our new curriculum thing. We want to center our efforts to restructure our curriculum. We want to do a little bit more styling on that, and we want to push the social icons to the side of this by Free Code Camp March 7th, 2019. We want to put that to the side of that. So we're going to set this as a grid size here. So that's what I'm not really thrilled about with Free Code Camp, is that there's not a lot of nudging towards thinking about why we're doing these things. At least in these, especially in these later workshops. I'm not sure if that is just because they put more effort into the earlier ones, or what the deal is. If it just, these are very complex things, and as we've gotten to like the complex part of the course, it's just been maybe harder for them to think about how to incorporate that thinking. Not sure. You can style the content of the heading element with CSS Grid. Yes. Right, so we want to use repeat function used to repeat a value rather than writing it out manually. And it's helpful for grid layouts. So for example, setting the grid template columns property there. So now that we have this set, let me go back to 0 and we'll go over to developer tools. We may have to push the other stuff to the next day, although I really feel like I should be committed to finishing that stuff. I think we will. I think we'll just commit to finishing the stuff for today, even if it's not very deep of a lab. We might just go for the for fixing this. So inside of the main grid, we have this subgrid, which is the section header. And so inside there, we're going to work with that. We're going to work with those elements. And I'm going to set a grid template columns set to repeat 20 times for 200 pixels. Interestingly enough. Okay. 20 columns of 200 pixels a piece. And that really that made it a little bit funky there, didn't it? Pushed everything to the top there. We've got, let's see, we've got the header. Gotta zoom in on this. We've got the image. Are we over top of the image with this, or is that a different thing? No, I think the image ends right here in this corner. It's hard to see. It's hard to see. It's very faint. Let me see if we can inspect the image, actually. So, image, hero, the image part. Yeah, the image. Actually, the image goes over that. And it's, okay. Well, that's funky. And the hero title. So we have a header with the image and then the title and then this other stuff. So some funky stuff going on here. Now this is what makes it, like, I don't know, a little bit different than working with Flex for me, is that these intermediate steps kind of look like we're breaking the layout, rather than like working towards fixing it, you know? So it's kind of like a non-linear path towards the final goal, right? Even though maybe it's a little bit easier to understand what we need to, what values we need to set, what properties we need to set in order to get the grid layout that we want. All the intermediate steps make it look chaotic and crazy. So we're going to give our heading element a grid template columns. Wait. We don't want 20. Maybe that's why. That's the problem. We want 2 columns, 1 FR a piece, and now that sets it off a little bit nicer than what we've had. So the 2 elements that we have here, let's go back to developer tools. 2 elements that we have inside the document, inside the body, inside the main. We have the heading. Inside of the heading, we have our header. We have our author, and then we have our social icons. So what's going on here is we set 2 columns. So the first 2 items are going to be placed in their own column. And then this third one, the social icon, is bleeding over. It's going to wrap over to the next row. Okay, that's what's going on there. And that's why that one's there. Now we would like to push this one underneath and then put that next to it, right? So how would I do that? We probably want to set the location of the header to be going from spanning from 1 to 2 or 1 to 3. Or 1/span of 2. And then that will span both columns. And then and then we can set the author to the 1 to 2, and then the social icons from 2 to 3. So let's see if that is what we're going for in the next couple steps. So just try to predict what's gonna happen here. Try to see where we're going with this. Before we do that, we're gonna set a row gap to 1.5 rem, and that just gives a little bit spacing between the header element and the social icons there in that first column. So let's zoom out. Okay, we're gonna zoom out there. Get a bird's eye view of this here. And so remember that the grid column property determines which columns an element starts and ends at. There may be times where you are unsure of how many columns your grid will have, but you want an element to stop at the last column. To do this, you can use the -1 for the end column. So we're going to use our hero class selector. Set the grid column to 1-1 or 1/-1 and see what that does. That brings the hero element to span the top column. Okay. The top row, I mean. So the first row is filled with just that header, which is the hero element, right? So, or is that just the header or the the header is class hero. Yes. Okay. Just want to make sure that I had that right. The header is class hero, and okay, so we're spanning there. Now that pushes the other elements below it. Then 1 FR for each of those is the amount of spacing that they get. So then inside of here, what we're going to do is we're going to position relative to where it is in the box. Okay, and then we're going to center this in some way, right? So, okay, now we're going to remove the width of the on the image, and we're going to set that with our CSS, and we're going to use the object fit property. So we're going to use our image selector. Okay, so for all images though, we're going to give it a width 100%, and we're going to set the object fit to cover. Okay. Something else I think we need to do here. Should have an image selector. Oh, I see. Never mind. Hang on a second. The width is 100. And we want to make sure that the object fit covers. So cover in this case will set the image to fill the container, cropping as needed to avoid changing the aspect ratio. I didn't know that it would crop. In this case, it's not. It's not needed to fill the container, but at least with the width, right? Because we set the width to be 100%, I think. I think if we didn't have that, so if we took away the width of 100%, right, that's what would happen, and we wanted to cover the entire size of the container, but the size of the container here is unbounded because of the grid layout there. Create a hero selector, hero title. class selector, and we're going to give it a text align, and we're going to center these items. Okay. We're going to select the color to orange red. And we're going to set the font size now to 8 rem, which should be 80 pixels. There we go. Or 800 pixels, I should say. Or no, it should be 80. 80 pixels is the is that sizing. Okay, now it's starting to come together. Now we can, keep our sizing for our browser set to 100% for the scaling. Now we're going to go to the subtitle. Also needs to be styled. We're going to create a hero subtitle selector. Going to give it a font size of 2.4 rem, so we should see that get increased in size. We want to center this, don't we not? We're going to also give this a color of orange red, and we're going to set a text align to center. Okay. So our header is starting to look really good. We just got to get those last two elements, which is the author and the social icons. And we've got to probably increase the size of that author. We want to increase the size of the social icons. And we just want to, I think, center these things, or we want to space them so that they're spaced apart. Or like justified to the left for the left one and justified to the right for the right one. I don't remember what the layout is that we wanted for that. Maybe we wanted to put them in the center on both of those columns. I'm not entirely sure what we had at the beginning. So we're going to create an author selector. Font size is going to be set to 2 rem. We're going to use the Railway font. So we'll set our font family to Railway with a fallback to sans serif. And so now we increase the size of the author. Author starts to look pretty good there. Do we have, is Railway on there? Let me see something. Is that what Railway looks like? It is, okay. That is what it is. It's a very thin font. Not something that I would really think to use with large text. I don't know. It's a choice. Author name. So when we hover over the author name, we want to be able to show a difference that we are actually hovering over it, right? So hover over the anchor tag. So when we hover over the anchor tag, that's inside of the, nested inside of the element that we gave the class of author name. We'll change the background color 306 to 03. So when we hover over, background color is going to change. And that will set, creates a hover effect only for the anchor element within the author name, showing the original free code camp green in the background. Interesting. Okie dokie, now we're going to create a publish date selector. Give it a color property of RGBA 255, 255, 255, 0.5. It's a white, but we want it a little transparent there. Publish date now is a little transparent, kind of just a subtle hint. Then I don't know why you would do it as a transparent thing rather than just a straight up hard color. It's a choice, I guess. social icon selector, we're going to set the display to grid. Now, why are we setting this display to grid for these? Well, let's go back and let's turn this off for a second. In the HTML, actually, let's go and inspect, so just so that it's easier to identify. So in the div, let's go down, icon, iframe, body, main. In the heading, we're in the social icons. We have 5 icons, right? So we can treat this as a container for the icons. So we can set this as a grid for the layout there. Oops, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to put that back up onto there. Oh well. And so the order is a little messed up, but hopefully it doesn't fuck anything up. But let's see. So then we're going to set a grid, and now that defaults to having them in one column. And so we're going to set a font size to 3 rem, just make them a little larger. And now we want to make them into 5 rows or 5 columns, I think. So we're going to do a grid template columns, and we're going to do repeat for 5 1FR, so they get filled out nicely. They each get their own spacing, equal spacing there. Maybe we want to set a different spacing for this, but if you wanted to add more social icons but keep them on the same row, you would need to update grid template columns to create additional columns. As an alternative, we can use the grid auto flow property. This property takes either row or column as the first value with an optional second value of dense. Grid auto flow uses an auto placement algorithm to adjust the grid layout. So setting the column will tell the algorithm to create new columns for content as needed. The dense value allows the algorithm to backtrack and fill holes in the grid with smaller items, which can result in items appearing out of order. So this is going to use up some computational power, though. So grid auto flow, you can set the column. So if we add another icon, it'll change. Let's see, are we going to test that? No, we're not going to. Now the auto placement algorithm will kick in when you add a new icon element. However, the algorithm defaults the new column width to be auto, which will not match your current column. So we can override this with the grid auto columns. So the new column will get a width of 1FR. So much like Flexbox with CSS Grid, you can align the content of grid items with align items. We're going to take a quick break and finish up this step, and probably finish up the probably finish this workshop up by the end of this next Pomodoro, which will be the last one of the scheduled Pomodoros. Okay, sure, let's see. Much like Flexbox. With CSS Grid, you can align the content of grid items with align items and justify items. Align items will align items, child items along the column axis, and justify items will align child elements along the row axis. Justify items will align child elements along the row axis. Justify will align items. Okay. So align is along the column. Okay. Right. Along going, the vertical in this sense. And then justify is along the row. That's very similar to Flexbox, where the main axis is by default from left to right in the, from the default. You can have it go reverse, right to left. I guess I think it actually depends on your localization of language and stuff. I could be wrong on that. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Align child elements along the row axis. Right. So, what we're going to do here is align items center. So then what would happen here? What will happen when we center these aligned along the column axis? This should center them vertically, right? So what does that do for us here? Looks like it moves them down a little bit. In their container. It's very subtle. It's very subtle there. Maybe we can see if we zoom in a little bit. So we zoom in a little bit and we see where we are here. Now we're centered along there. If I get rid of it, I'm aligned to the top of this, to the start of that column, and we want it to be centered next to the text. It's very subtle though, isn't it? It's like the top there. It's very very close. It's not far off. It's not a big difference. So we're going to give the text selector a font size. Now we have to think about this though. So we're going on to the next grid element of our main grid container here. See, like our text elements, our text size is way too small, right? So we want to increase that. So we're going to set this to 18 pixels, which is 1.8 rem. And it looks like our letter spacing is a little too small. We want to add a little bit more letter spacing, a little bit more tracking, I think it was called. So the letters breathe a little bit better, a little bit easier to read. I do not like the serif font on this. Would prefer that it was sans, but here we are. That's what we get. Let's see. Help millions of people learn. If I could help one person learn, that would be phenomenal. I would love that. So if this is helping you, please let me know. That would definitely make my day. Your text element is not a CSS grid, but you can create columns within an element without using CSS grid by using the column width property. Column width. Okay, now what are you saying here? Because column width is that part of the grid? Is that part of the grid, or is that something that is separate? Sets the ideal column within a multi-column layout. The container will have as many columns as can fit without any of them having a width less than the column width. If the width of the container is narrower than the specified value, the single column's width will be smaller than the declared column width. This property can help you create responsive designs that fit different screen sizes, especially in the presence of the column count property, which has precedence. So that has precedence over column width. You must specify all related length values to achieve an exact column width. Okay, so in horizontal text, it's width, column gap, column rule width. Okay. So this is not just within a grid layout. This is for anything, for any container. Okay. So what will happen here if we set the column width property to 25 rem? Will it make more columns than you need? If I zoom in, we get 2 columns. If I zoom out, we have 3. Zooming in gets us 2. Zooming out gets us 3. Okay. All right then. Okay, magazines often use justified text in their printed content to structure their layout and control the flow of their content. While this works in printed form, justified text on websites can be an accessibility concern, for example, presenting challenges for folks with dyslexia. Really? Why is it only on websites that it's an accessibility concern? It seems like it would be an accessibility concern for printed as well. I don't see the difference. Maybe it's because you're using serif font. You know, maybe not use that. You should use a thicker sans serif font than these very thin serif fonts. To make your project look like a printed magazine, give the text selector a text align property set to justify. Okay, inside of the text element. So we're gonna justify the text. And wow, that looks terrible, actually. Yeah, that looks really dumb. I think there's some adjustments you need to make here. Maybe to, you know, first letter. Okay, yeah. We're going to use the first letter pseudo selector to target the first letter in the text content of an element. So we'll do the first paragraph. We'll apply that to that first letter. And we're just going to set the font size to 6 rem. Okay, it looks slightly better. I'm going to change the color and make it orange red like the header there. The other text has been shifted out of place, so we're going to move it into position by giving the first paragraph, first letter selector a float property. Set to left. Interesting. Okay. Soon, the free code camp's curriculum. Still looks a little off, don't it? Shouldn't you put a space like after the or before curriculum or something like that? One rem on the right, and that's a little bit better. Still think maybe there should be a space. I don't know. This curriculum. We're going to select the HR elements now, and we're going to style those babos up. We're going to give them a longer or a bigger a margin, a better margin in the top and bottom, but nothing in the horizontal. Then, so we're kind of all right. Well, it still spans the length of the text. It's just we're just giving a little bit of padding there, or margin to be precise there. Just giving it a little area to breathe there on its own, have it stand out on its own. So we want to give the HR a color. So we can adjust the border property in order to do that. So we're going to set the border property for 1 pixel, very thin, solid. RGBA 120, 120, 120, 0.6. There we go. Okay. There we go. Now we're going to create a quote class selector, and we're going to give it a color property of beef. 00 beef. Okay. 00 beef is what that is. Font size is going to be 2.4 rem. I'm going to set a text align to center. There we go. Do I have this? Yeah, we're set up there. Look at that. That's pretty cool looking. CS50. Why is that subscript anyway? Is that what it was supposed to be? Is that what that is? Is that the way that it handles numbers? I gotta see that. Wait a minute. So they launched Free Code Camp with a simple list of 15 resources, including Harvard's CS50 and Stanford's database class in 2014. I thought they were... Wow, okay. It was earlier than that, to be honest. That's just the way that the numbers are. That's interesting. In that font. That font is terrible. I don't like it. We're making a print version, I guess. So what are we doing here? Yeah, we're done with this step. Double-zero beef. We're going to make the quote text stand out more, and we're going to give the quote selector a font family of railway. We'll fall back to a sans serif. The entire curriculum should be a series of projects there. Go. Okay, so a quote is not really a quote without proper quotation marks. You can add these with the CSS pseudo selectors. So, quote before content is going to be with a space following it. You just do that. Is that really what it is? What do you mean? Like that? Is that what you mean? I think that's what you mean. Space preceding it. Okay. That's what they wanted. It's time to style our third section now. So now we have the top two sections styled pretty nicely. That text wraps around. So let me think back to how we did this. So some of this was structure, right? It was setting the structure. We set individual paragraphs, and then after a certain number of paragraphs, we put in this quote. And so just by the structure, that's how we have this centered there. Now, there might be some like the other way to do this, where we have a block of text and then we just paste in something there that's like a float that's inside of there. But it looks like from our case here, we just did it with structure. Okay. It's time to style our third section. We're going to note that it has the text and text with images values for the class attribute, which means it's already inheriting the styles from your text rule. Okay, now we're going to text with images. We're going to set this to grid, and I'll just scroll down here so we can take a look on that. This is what happens when we change this. It's going to go to a vertical layout, right? Because by default we have one column, and each item then gets its own row in this. So kind of the opposite of the default setting for flex, where flex every item will go in a row. So you will need to have a column for text and a column for images. We're going to give the text with images a selector, a grid template columns. Now, I don't remember what our end goal was with this. We wanted to have this text here, maybe a quote in between with this thing on the side, this calculator thing on the other side. And then this at the bottom with this quote somewhere, maybe on the side. We also want to style the brief history of the curriculum, so we want to probably give that section some different styling. So we'll see what we want to do here. I think we want to have this over multiple rows. So let's see what we're doing here. They want one FR and then two FR for the other side. So that puts the content, the first item, which let's take a look at this since we have the grid for the text with elements here with images element. So we have the list title and we have the brief history, we have the list title and the paragraph. So we're going to want to style these things separately. Probably center these things. If not center, then just give some spacing between this header thing and the lists items. And for some reason we have the marker thing selected there. That's interesting. But that gets created. Maybe that's is that something done with the browser? How the browser renders this? Oh, I like developer tools. It comes up with the preview. Oh, that's funny. Oh, because I'm selecting it with the freecodecamp.org, and then the step is in there as well. Okay, so that's funny. That's actually funny. I didn't recognize that that was what was happening. We're going to set the column gap to 3 rem. Give it a little bit of spacing in between, so that gives spacing in between the elements. You can see that there with a column gap. Interestingly, that everything flows to the second column by default here, instead of staying in that, like nothing, this, like I would expect maybe these other elements, like this quote, to go to the first column, and then this other one to the other side. In any event, I would expect more content to the left here. I don't understand why it made that choice. It's not like we set a minimum height or something. But anyway, let's move on. We're closing in on what we need to do here. We'll need to have a column for text and a column for images. So we'll give the text with images selector a grid template columns property. Wait, so we're changing the grid? We already did that. Column gap to 3 rem. Oh, we already did this. No more. Okay, we got to move on to the next one. We're gonna select the. We're gonna give a little bit more margin on the bottom. And we're gonna set it to 3 rem, so we should have some spacing in between. What? In between. What now? I don't know what changed. I don't understand what changed. Margin on the bottom of this. Yeah, I don't know what changed. I don't understand why this stuff didn't flow back over to the left side there. So we have the list selector, list style type. And we're going to set none. So there's not going to be a marker. Okay. And we're going to give ourselves a little spacing here for each item there. So that's the, you know, we did 4 hours. So we satisfied our goal here. But we're going to keep going because we're feeling it. We're feeling it. We want to finish up this workshop. We want to go and do that that lab as well. So lists li will target the list items within the list element. We'll give a margin bottom to 1.5 rem. And so that gives each of our elements a little spacing here at the bottom there. There we go. And then we're going to set the list title and the list subtitle to have a separate color that we want to. We want to give it the beef color. Give it the 00 beef. 00 beef. There we go. Nice. Time to style the last section of the magazine. The images. Images are wrapped within a side element using the image wrapper class. So we use an image wrapper. And so what do we want to do for this? So for the images, we want to have a display of grid. So that's the image wrapper. Now, what do we do for that? Let me scroll on down here. Scroll on down. An image wrapper. We got that thing. Okay, so wait. So we did an aside with the image wrapper. All right, what's happening here? So we have text with images. We have two elements. We have a brief history, and then we have that one. So that's why it doesn't bleed over. Right, there's only two elements. I thought there was all of them in their own. So we have two different... Okay, that makes sense. I need to hydrate. I need to relax. I'm getting a little too worked up here. Image wrapper, image wrapper, image wrapper. Okay. So inside of our image wrapper, we're going to give that a grid play. And I kind of squashed some of the spacing between those elements there. From its default of the inline block or block. I guess there was some padding or something that goes along with that. Okay. We are almost done here. The images should be within a 2-column, 3-row layout, where we're going to give the image wrapper selector a grid template layout. So why do we want this again? We want to add some spacing for sure. Okay, so we want 2 rows or 2 columns. There we go. That gives us 2 columns. And we're going to set template rows to repeat, so we have 3 rows in content. This will give our grid rows that adjust in height based on the content, but columns remain fixed. So we got this intermediate step, but there's some other stuff that we want to do so that we make sure that we can see everything here. Ooh, okay. Now, the gap property is a shorthand way to set the value of the column gap and row gap at the same time. If given one value, it sets the column gap and row gap both to the same value. If given 2 values, it sets the row gap to the first value and the column gap to the second. We're going to give the image selector or image wrapper selector a gap property of 2rem. That just adds a little bit of spacing there. Okay. All right. I'm going to take a quick break, actually, and come back to this. Okay, we're back, and Canada is absolutely trouncing Qatar right now, and they're up 4-0. So they should be moving on to the next round. I have to imagine that they are in a great position. Wait, did Canada? Let's take a look at the standings or the what do they call them? The tables. The standings, the tables. So you have to imagine that Canada will. Yeah, easily. They will easily make it to the next round. Provided their goal differential stays pretty high, because they're gonna beat Qatar. They hold on. If that result holds and Qatar doesn't get any more goals, then they'll have a differential of 4, which will put them at the top of the table, because I think they drew Switzerland in the first match. Or did they draw Bosnia? I don't remember. Anyway, okay. Here we are. We are working on this thing here. We've got styling of a magazine article here. And we are on to image wrapper. I am having a mild panic attack here. Anxiety is running high, just because I'm got a late start today. That's why I need to take a break to kind of unpack why why I'm feeling so on end here. Is we had a late start today. It's already 4:30 and we're not done. We're not anywhere near being done. So I just got to tell myself, okay, we'll be calm. We'll be good. We'll finish this by 6 o'clock, 6:30. So that's fine. It's fine. We'll finish it up. But remember to take a break every now and then in between that time. So right now, just relax and take it step by step here. Okay, so place items property. Remember, items, I think, goes along the cross-axis in flex, but it goes along the main axis in... I guess, is it still the cross-axis? So place items can be used to set align items and justify items values at the same time. Place items property takes 1 or 2 values. If 1 value is provided, it's used for both the align items and justify items properties. If 2 values are provided, the first value is used for the align items property. The second value is used for the justify items property. So what do we want to do for this? We want to set the image wrapper, although we already have a selector for that. So let's go inside of that one, and we're going to say place items to the center. Now, what did that do for us here is it gave us a little bit of spacing around this quote. So we're taking the height of the images here, and they're pretty fixed there. Okay. That's where our height is coming from. The grid template rows. Our height is coming from there, from the min content.
So we get the height of the images. Is how each row is specified there. Okay. So centering that means that we just center on that second row, basically, is what needs to be centered, because both those other things have, all the images have the same height by the looks of it. So, oh, I forgot I could zoom. One thing I want to do when I switch over to Twitch is really figure out my screen, my zoom feature. I need to figure that out. If the advanced scene switcher thing is if this update does what I hope it does, I'll be able to ignore cursor position and focus on where my window is focused, so that I can use my keyboard more than the I can use my keyboard and the window focus to set which windows should appear on screen. So that would help, because then I don't have to worry about it not showing up. Like I know that's probably happened a couple times, and I don't exactly know where it is when that happens. I haven't really gone back and looked at the video for those things, but I'm sure it's happened a couple times when I'm talking about referencing something that's on the screen and it's not actually showing up on the broadcast. So I took some steps to mitigate that, but might still be happening in some cases. So if it does seem like that's happening, please let me know, like in a comment. Just give me a timestamp and I can reference and take a look at. I'd appreciate it greatly. So remember, we gave classes for each of the individual images. Now we want, I think it's just image 1 here in the center, calculator being the second one, and then the third one being the one on the lower right. So we want to set the 1 and the 3 here. Is that what we're doing? And we're going to give them a grid column property to span the columns. Now, what's that's going to do? What's that's going to do? What that's going to do? What's that going to do? That's going to span both columns, so that this quote thing here is going to take up both spaces here. It's going to expand out to here. It might have a larger height. I don't think that's going to happen, though, because of the... Yeah, you can already see that it's kind of cut off here, so it's going to extend out from there. You can definitely see that there's cropping happening on the horizontal here. So that's going to give space for this thing to show the entire image. Then we're going to have the calculator be on the left. This item here, the quote, is going to be on the right of the calculator. Then along the bottom, spanning 2 columns, is going to be this image here that was in the lower right. That's my prediction. I think that's what's going to happen. Let's see if I'm correct. And that is what happened, right? Look at that. Remember that not getting what you want is sometimes a wonderful stroke of luck. We have the calculator looking, we can see the entire image there, right next to this quote. And then we have this other thing on the bottom there. That's pretty neat. That's pretty neat looking. This is giving me some ideas. I kind of like this. I like this idea of like making a magazine. I don't know. It sounds fun. Like typesetting all of this stuff. Making a little magazine. That seems fun. Doesn't that seem fun? I'd like to print this out. One of my other like hobby things that I want to do, I kind of want to do like 90 days of bookbinding as well. Maybe not that many days, but we'll do maybe a couple. What I'd like to do is to do separate things. So like feel out like what I'm feeling each day. I'm gonna go over to Twitch. We're gonna diversify. And we'll like, I don't know. We'll do not continuous days, but like day 1 of bookbinding, you know, day 2 of bookbinding, and have it spread out throughout the year. I don't know. I think that'd be kind of cool. That is something I want to do. And so now that the magazine layout is finished, we need to make it responsive. We're going to start with a media query here. And we want the max width to be 720 pixels to be our so for screens that are smaller than 720 pixels, this is what it's going to look like. But when we have, so if I'm like zooming in, this is the layout that we'll have. And kind of lose, kind of gets funky when it gets like on these very small layouts there. Kind of some goofy stuff that goes on there. Like extra small, but when we get larger, when we have enough space, it's a little too small, so we want to do something different, right? Oops. Over here, get back to the normal sizing, normal scaling. We're gonna do this for only screen and a max width of 720. We're gonna target the image wrapper. Because look how goofy it looks when we like change it, I guess. Grid template columns is going to be set to 1FR. And so if I zoom out, does that change anything? Oh, wait a minute. Does that change? Wait, is this increasing the size? No. Wait a minute. Is that what's happening? It is. It's affecting that part? That's not what I thought it would be affecting. It is affecting that. That's interesting. I didn't know that. That's weird. Okay. Then we can set for even bigger things. So where it breaks then here, 720 pixels. Oh, wait a minute. Wait. So it breaks after that. It is breaking after this. So the max width. Oh no, wait a minute. We're doing it backwards. We're going... This isn't mobile first design. This is print first design or like screen first design and then... or like desktop first design and then So I can see the pixels changing up there. So when we get down to a smaller thing here, now we're in that zone where we're using this. If we're right at the bridge, yeah, if we're right at the edge, it's there. Problem is when we get even, yeah, that's interesting. So the object fit is there. You have to change that somehow. Not sure how you would handle that though. Oh, gosh, I keep hitting the wrong thing. Okay. So image wrapper selector, we're going to give the grid template columns 1 FR, and this collapses the 3 columns into 1 column for the smaller screens. That's what it was doing. I should have clocked that. So we're still max width is 720, and then that, okay, so that's changing it from multi-column layout to 1 column layout there for smaller screens. Now for ultra small screens, I think that we should even make this a little bit different. Gosh, I keep doing the same freaking thing, man. So let's see what they say. So now we're going to create another one, right? So it looks good on larger screens. We're going to say only screen and max width 600 pixels, and then we're going to target the text with images, and we're going to give it grid template columns a property of 1 FR, so that it shrinks down to one column there. So when we get down to 720, we're here. Even smaller. Now we're on the 1. The entire curriculum will be a series of projects. Brief history of the curriculum there. And then, so this was what it would look like on a smaller device. Smaller. So this... So how did we get this to automatically change from 1 column for the small stuff, right? For small. So up to 3 columns there. How did we do that again? That was with create repeat 2 FR, 1 FR. With the main, we did min max for the main with a row gap. 1 FR. No, but that's not what's covering it, right? No, we're talking about the text. We're talking about text part, right? Social icons, text. The column width is 25 rem, so we did a multiple columns there. Interesting. So if I change this to 5 rem, oh, it's chaos. What if I did this as 25 characters? Actually, how many characters? 80 characters is kind of like the... Or it could be, how about 40? So that it's split up over 2. And go over 1. And so even fewer, 30 characters. 30 characters gets us in a decent spot. Kind of like that. I don't think they care that. I don't think they check this part right now. They're just gonna replace it in the next step anyway. So we set that there, and then I think that works then. So we can go on to the next step. We're gonna set an even. We're gonna go only screen and max with 550 pixels, even further smaller. We're gonna make the hero title selector, change the font size to 6 rem, and hero subtitle. It's weird. Why is it highlighted differently? Author, quote, list title. It's all going to get a font size 1.8 rem. What happens then if we go even smaller, down to 550? So we're shrinking back down there so that we can fit things. Interestingly enough, that still works. Everything's looking pretty good. Except for when we go smaller here, smaller there. So on ultra small screens. Maybe we'll go the other way on much larger screens. Yeah. Okay, so we set the font size for that. Now we can set social icons to change to rem and a text selector to change the font size to 1.6 rem, which was 16 pixels, if I'm not mistaken. So we can go and zoom in here. So smaller than that. So there's the breakpoint right there. Still looks pretty good, huh? Still looks pretty good. Okay, so we're over here. Let's zoom out. Okay, and then the last step, what are we doing? One more media query for an ultra small screen. Max width 420 pixels. Then we're going to create hero title. Select the font size. 4.5 rem, shrinking the size down even more from 6 down to 4.5 for the height for the title. So at 420 is the breakpoint there. There it goes, breaks down to be smaller than even though we're zooming in. If you're on an ultra small screen there, something 360, maybe 360 by 480, right? Or 640. What is the 4? What is 480? 270, right? Okay. 1080. So that's interesting. Okay. So that's a cool one. I actually like this project. I think it's cool. I just don't like the lack of motivation of like why we're doing the things that we're doing. There's the like I think it could just be fixed by going from like in between each section that we work on in the grid. You know, there's 3 main sections in that grid. So just taking a beat in between those sections to kind of, you know, where we're styling the things to think about, okay, so why are we doing it that way, right? I think maybe it might even like make sense then. I guess that is good practice. I was thinking it might make sense to do to go between structuring content, putting the content there, and then adding more. Although with the grid layout, you kind of know. In this case, it was that you knew in advance what the grid layout should be. Because you're like fixed from the content or something. I don't know. But anyway, we're gonna design a newspaper layout, so I'm gonna get this set up and ready to go. But I'm gonna take a break and then come back and work on this some more. I'm just gonna leave the no, you know, I'll leave the I'll leave this up. I'll go to the break screen. Just easier for me to edit afterwards. So we have a quiz on variables tomorrow. We have review of today's CSS Grid, and then we have a portfolio project to complete. So let's get this design a newspaper layout portfolio thing set. And let's open up another lab. So do I have a portfolio page? So I do need a mock of portfolio page. Let's it is a query, so I'll tag it as such. Usually when I do a query, I do like a summary or a description. Is that what I do? Let's see. Summary. I do a summary. Mock-up content creation. So I could do... Can you do aliases on there?
doesn't work. So it's hard to, it's a difficult query. But you can do it, I know, on the data view. Description or summary. How do I know that's not really what you do with YAML, but there's another way that I can do this. Rather than summary, what I can do is the description. What about tag wrangler? Do I even have that on? I don't. I do like it though. Oh, it's there. There's no settings. How do I use it again? Let me go back here. How do I wrangle that tag? Go tags? And then I can search from here. Oh, it's tag wrangler. It's not whatchamacallit. What am I doing? How do I rename? Oh gosh, why is it so slow? Okay, let's turn off the progress bar here. Oh gosh, why is it so slow? Why is it hung up? Why is this hung up right now? Oh my gosh, dude, what is going on? All files this week. No, okay. Well, that's no doubt incorrectly scoped here. Let's see. Oh boy. Oh boy. That is incorrectly scoped for sure. While that is futzing around, let's see. The example project that we have for this is here. So I'll take a screenshot here and we'll save the full page. No, that doesn't work. That doesn't work indeed. Can I just show this frame? Save this frame? Print this frame? Print that frame? Nah, that's not what we want. That's not what we want. Save frame. No, reload frame. Oh, let's see. Okay. Journal created on journal read rise location. File folder as location created on file.cday. File.mtime. This.mtime.week.year. This.mtime.year. This.file.mtime. So all files modified this week, excluding readwise. And that. So why is it so massive? Week.year, final.year. Why is it so massive? mtime.week.year. All files this week. All right, well, we will change this part at least. Excluding from journal. And from readwise. I'm not seeing why that would be a thing, though. Why is that a problem? Don't know why. Let's see if it works. Okay, there we go. So, there we go. That's weird. Okay, MOC. So we have a mock on portfolio. We need to move this to portfolio. And so what we'll do here is we'll have query and description is showcase. We'll do data view, and then so it's it should be this folder. It shouldn't just be all, but let's see. I don't like, so it does the search over all, and then that's like it's too big of a scope to search over. I don't necessarily like that, so I want to focus from two projects where .file.folder let's see. So we have all these things. Descending. Okay, and then we'll say end file is not that file. So we have the house painting, we have those other things, so We have all of those things to highlight. Design a contract, contact form, contact form. Okay, that's what we can do on day one. These are things we can do later on. Newspaper layout, availability table. We want to look at code camp, and then we'll say labs, and we'll put that there, labs. We'll do workshops or portfolio projects or certification projects. I can do this by tag, can I? Can I not do this by tag? And then I don't have to do this by folder? I can just do this by tag. Before I do that, let's take a look at what we have here. Code Camp certification project, that's what it is. And then we have lab, workshop, I think was another thing. So we did like this one, that workshop there. I think maybe so I can do free code camp / lab. There it is. Free code camp / lab, and that's all of our, these are all the labs that we did. It's not a contact form. Certification projects, we can just then do data view list from, there we go, there, certification project, there we go. Sort file.c time, descending. So this is the most recent one that we did. Build a book inventory app. Build a page playing cards. There we go. I'm still, I think, prouder of this one than I am the book inventory app. The technical documentation page is fine. I just like what I did with these ones. It's really exploring a lot of the flex layout capabilities. Okay, so the list of files within here, script writing in the content creation, description, all files there. So all files this week. Is there a way for me to limit the scope here? Could limit the archive and stuff. That's fine. These are all the ones that we've worked on this week. I guess maybe it just needed to do a pass through to figure out what I was doing. I don't really use these ones anymore. Goodreads books, project table, page files, that
calendar. Okay, so I should give that. So we need to give all of these a description. So we'll give a description here. This is activities done on each day of 90 days of web development, and I could do something else for that, but we'll set that with that. Spelling bee stats, we can do this as a query, so it does still show up in there, even though it's incorrectly placed in the YAML. So we can do description of, there's nothing new here. This is old news, but we'll say like archived, kind of like soft archived. This can go into the archive, actually. We can move this to the archive in the notes. Stats for New York Times spelling bee game. So I should say personal stats. Go. Move this to the archive for notes, I guess. It's actually, I don't know where to put it. Maybe I'll just put it in there. Where was it though? Was it areas? No. Resources. Maybe in resources. Put it in resources. It's gonna get archived. We don't need it anymore. This we kind of still need. I'll change this to description. Change this to a description. Yeah, we did that. That's pretty fun. Change that. Maybe I can get rid of that. Maybe I can get rid of that one. Description for this one. Currently reading. I don't really have a bookshelf. I could set up one. So recently modified folders and resources, coding projects, content creation. Current resources, libraries, books. Oh, we just updated that. That's why. Description. Table the names of all folders in the projects. Where do we have that? Is that in projects? Current projects. Could call that a mock of current projects. You know, it's just a query, current areas of focus. Dog training. Well, I just updated that one. Content creation solves. Notes, kevdub, boss. This is all things that we've updated this month. So that's kind of like the same stuff there. Okay. So that's fleshed out. We have files in the folder, and then we have other queries. Spelling bee stats. Template or snippet. So I don't know what is in other queries. What's in other queries there? File name. File's not this file, but I'm looking for summary or something. This folder.
all queries that are placed underneath this thing, and then other queries where we have a description of that. Should change the how do you do that? How do we change this property? Is there a way to change a property for every single thing? I don't know how to do that. Okay, so we have a portfolio thing here we can set up. I think what we could do actually, look at the images or something. Let's set that up actually. Okay. Well, we're gonna set this up as a lab, right? Free Code Camp lab. We'll set that up. And what we had for the previous one, build house painting. There we go. So what were the things we did? Oh no, that's not the one I want though. Build. Portfolio build. The availability table. So we have MVP and then a reference image. So let's get a reference image here. Reference image. And I don't know how I'm going to take that screenshot here. Don't I want like this entire thing? My gosh, I don't know how to do this. How do I expand this? Like I can't open this frame up in a different thing? Save frame, view frame source. No, that didn't do it. Kind of fucked things up though. Inspect accessibility properties. Well, that's fun. Oh, I didn't know you could do that. Interesting. That's what I should do that. I should use that. Okay. It's another little tool. So let's go with this frame. Save frame, reload frame, print frame, landscape. Okay, that might be the best way to go about this, except for the fact I don't understand why I can't scroll down with this one. Because saving the full page saves everything outside the modal. I want to save everything within the modal. Also want to, like, yeah, I don't get it. How do I do this? What if I open this up in a different screen? Well, okay, I could do this, but then it kind of looks goofy. Can do that. What if we moved this over here for a second? Okay. All right, that kind of works. So let's do that. Take a screenshot of this. We'll copy that. Copy that. So that's what we want. And so what did I call this again on this one? We called it availability finish. No, we called it availability table reference. So we'll say newspaper layout reference. That's what we'll call this one.
And that's the reference image. And so what we'll do is the minimal passing code, minimal passing. Take a look at that, and then we'll do an MVP after that. I'm going to take a quick break, and when I come back, I'm going to get started on this. And hopefully it shouldn't take too long. I really only want to spend like maybe half an hour to an hour on this. I don't really want to spend that much time on it. Okay. We'll use our reference image to go off of, and I'm going to actually open this up in a default app, which is going to be, okay, it's that. So we'll put that up over here. So that's our reference image. It's the reference image. And I'll just go off of that when we do that. So I'm going to take a break and come back in hopefully like, oh gosh, do I not have countdown timer? Let me get a countdown timer up actually. Hopefully be back in like 7 minutes, say. Okay. Restart that and we'll start it there. We'll be back. Okay. All right, here we are. So we're going to try to do this as quickly as we can. We shouldn't really be doing that, actually. I think we're going to give it a good go. But I just don't want to spend too much time on it. So we're going to try to do this in an hour or less. So let's try to get this going. We've got a reference image to the left here, and you can see it there. We've got this header item. Okay, so we got a grid item up there. We've got these grid items here. So overall, it looks like we're doing a oh, that's interesting. I think this is actually separate from the grid elements here. Daily local news. Oh, that's interesting. We can set different rows. Row heights, right? So we'll have to do that, I think. Because I think we have 1, 2, 3, 4 rows and 3 columns, and we're going to span across 2 columns here for these 2, and then span across 2 rows on this one on the right. I think that's what we would do. Let's see what they want us to do, and we'll adjust our strategy from there. So they want us to have a main element that contains everything inside. We're going to actually call this class newspaper layout. And actually, before I get to that, I'm going to just bring us over to here and keep that up on the side there. So the newspaper layout should have a header, naturally. Natch should have a class of title, and it should have an H1 element inside. It was an H1, and it should have the newspaper's name. So this is the let's call this the KevDub Chronicle. It is chronic. It is all. Then we'll have a Just trying to remember if just in the back of my head, I just realized I might not have pushed the branches from our current project. When was the last time we did something with this? We are on main. Nothing to commit. It was all the way back in day 21, so we did push that. I just need to get that out of my head. Okay. It's like, did I leave the stove burner on? It's that kind of thing. So inside the newspaper article layout, we should also have an article, or yeah, newspaper article inside of that, next to the header, and that the class should be feature article. Okay, save. And in that feature article, there was an H2. And next to that H2 was a P. The article title. What should the article title be? Because there's going to be a couple articles, are there not? I have a couple. How about, what did we do? Was that the name of the thing? I'm trying to remember what exactly the thing was for today. We build a magazine. Kept Up builds a magazine. How about that? Yeah. Just save that for the time being. Should add 3 more article elements. Small article. Well, wait a minute, because they're saying... Okay, we'll do the minimum for now. Small article 1, small article 2, small article 3. Each of the smaller articles should include an H3 element. So inside of these ones, we should change it to H3. So let's change. There we go. That fixes that. And then the newspaper layout should include an article element with the class secondary article. So there's feature article, and then there's secondary article. So we'll just copy that one. And this is secondary article. That works with CSS Grid. How about that? Secondary article. By a key element for the article content. The newspaper layout should include a figure with the class cover image. So we should include a figure. Okay. I'm surprised we didn't use the grid, whatchamacallit, in that. So we're going secondary article. And then we'll do figure here. Template areas. I think that would be something that we want to do here. The class cover image. And okay, I think Maybe we want to put that up here next to the feature article. So newspaper layout should have that. The feature, okay. The elements with the classes title, feature article, secondary article. Okay. Okay, what are we doing here? They should have a grid area property set to the same class name. So title, feature article, secondary article, cover image. I mean, do we have to target each and every one of these, or can we just target everything that is a child of newspaper layout? Can't we just do that? Pretty sure we can just do that. Is that effectively the same? Direct children. So that's all direct children of newspaper layout. Set to the same class name. Oh, wait, no. So we want to do this separately. Oh, wow. Okay. Title. Grid area. It's going to be title. Okay. And then what I can do is this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then what I can do here is do this. Right there. Feature article. There we go. Go down to here. Oh no, it doesn't do it, does it? Oh no. No, okay, I can't just do it that way. I can do it like this though. Okay. Secondary article. Oh wait, we don't want it to be the... Okay, wait a minute. So I can... Let's delete these. Cover image, small article 1, 2, 3, and then that's it, right? So we do... Damn it. There we go. Small article 1. 1. Small article. Small article 3. There we go. So that sets those things. That's pretty cool. What we'll do then, we have to set something else though for that. To set the thingy majiggy. Grid template areas we need to set up. So we're going to go inside at the top here and do newspaper layout. Should use grid template areas. And we're going to define them in such a way that the title should span across the top row. So there's 3 columns. So we want this... Was it like that? Or what was it? Can't remember. I think it's double quotes. I'm not sure if there's a special thing. Title, title, title. Okay. Then feature article should span 2 columns. Feature article. Feature article. See how that's going over here. And then let's do a background color. Or actually, just for the newspaper layout. Newspaper layout, we should just do a background color for... Let's just do a background of... O1E3B? No. D8EBFF? Well, that's interesting. Newspaper layout. The main class doesn't have anything in it. Is it just the body then? Root element then? Oh, I know why. I know why. We didn't link our style sheet. We did not link our style sheet. There it is. Now we can see stuff. Now let's get this open up on there. And so that's what we're looking at there. We're also going to change the... So they said body, set it to font size 62.5%. And so that's... Let me see if that calculation is correct again. They said... times so the minimum, so it's 16. Yes, okay, so 16 is the minimum. So if you set it to 62.5 on the HTML at the root, then everything's going to be 10 in relation to 10 pixels, so it's kind of easier to work with for the font size, I think. And so what we do is on our thing here, we can change the font size. Actually, I don't want to do that right now. Let's get rid of that for a second. This is just so we can see it. We need to set some minimum things here. Okay, the feature article should span 2 columns, and we should have the cover image in the 3rd column. The 3rd column should have secondary image, and the cover image should be in the other side there. Okay. We didn't set an image. We should get an image here. So we need an image inside of here, I think. Where are we gonna grab that from, actually? Image source. Where are we grabbing this from? Yeah. Oops. How about... Is there anything on Twitch I can use? Code Camp magazine layout. Build a magazine. Step 1. Is there a thing here? Look at this. Okay, they have one here. Let's go ahead and copy that image. Link. Yeah. That looks terrible, but there it is. Okay, that's fine. Actually, that's perfectly okay. Yeah, that's the image that we'll go with. It's huge. Okay, but let's see. Should span that other thing. cover image in the third column, and it's not really working out the way that we had hoped. Yeah, so let's see. Okay. And the last thing, secondary article, secondary article, or secondary image. What are we talking about? Article, no. Article, no. We don't have it set to grid, though. That's what's interesting. Let's try this, though. There we go. Now it's all funky. Funky pomodoro. So the 3 small articles should be here. So we'll do it like this. Small article. And we'll do small article 1. Let's see. Small article 1, small article 3, small article 2. We'll do that. Do it like that. We'll do that. We'll do that like that. We'll do it like that. I don't think this is going to actually... Like, I think you can set the minimum. So we have... Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think the minimum thing that you could do to pass this is going to be pretty jank looking. Let's see. That might be my... That's my guess. The newspaper layout should have a grid template columns property that divides the space into 3 equal columns. 3 equal columns. So what we need... Three, 1 FR, okay. Supposed to be working there. I think what we should do then is for the figure class, since we have cover image, IMG is to set that as oh, I can't use that. Oh gosh. Okay, so object fit cover or gosh, I don't remember. Object fit. What properties do I have available to me? Fill? Contain? I think contain is what we want. Contain? Scale down, cover. I think cover would do it. 100% of its container. Now that's interesting that it doesn't actually work here. Figure, class, article. So main, newspaper layout, title, class, figure, cover image, grid area. Okay, I don't think it's working right. So divides 3 equal columns, but then we're going to set the grid to auto. That doesn't really change anything. Yeah, this doesn't look good. Should add a gap between grid items. Is it just because we don't have any content? Maybe that's the reason. Let's see. Builds a magazine.
Even made subgrids. Okay, so that had some content there. Give that works with CSS Grid. And let's go back over to here, and so we can come over here. So different from Flexbox. We learned how CSS differs from Flexbox, how can be created with the FR unit. I think we can do this. And much, much more. Take a look at this layout over here. I don't know why everything sucks here. Sure that the image inside is there, so we're gonna set the max width actually to, and that doesn't fit. That does not help. That don't help. That doesn't help. That doesn't help one bit. That doesn't help one bit there. That builds a magazine. So do I not have this right? It's weird. So title. Isn't that the top row? So we want it to go title. Because don't we have it like 4 by 3 feature article? Let's go back to our reference image here. So it's by 3, is it not? Is it not 4 by 3? So we have 3 columns inside of here. Am I doing this right? Grid template areas. Let's go back to here. AAA. Oh, there's no comma. Not comma separated. Oh, it's not comma separated. That's what it is. There it is. So if we come back over here, let's zoom that back up. Okay. Even made subgrids. Okay, that's it. That's what we did. Okay, max width is 100, and we set object. Do we have to set cover? No, we don't. We don't have to set it to cover. We set max width. Okay, and that's it. I think that'll pass, actually. I think that's it. Let's see. It might say that we don't have any content inside. Include an H2 element. Oh, why does it not? Does it not have a H2 element? Feature article. Oh, I didn't set it like that. Okay, so H2 secondary article should have an H2 element as well. Grid template rows should be auto 1FR, 1FR, 1FR. Because there's 4 rows. Wait, that doesn't look right.
No, okay, wait, that should be 3 columns, right? Why does it say auto? Auto for the first row and divide the remaining space into equal parts for the other rows. Oh, okay, I just didn't read. Add a gap between the grid items. Did they say add a... That's number 14. Okay, add a gap between the grid items. Number 14. Grid gap, right? So we should add just a gap of maybe like 1 rem, maybe? Small article 2 should have a grid area of small article 2 because it doesn't. Okay, there we go. Small article 2 should have a grid area of small article 2. There it goes. Okay. Now we're done. Okay, just had all those errors. Gotta learn how to read. Okay, so that's the minimum. That's the minimum. And let's see. So it's still only 6:13. We still got lots of time. Okay, so what did I say we wanted to do this in less than an hour? When did I start this? Shit, I don't remember. Crap. Okay. Here's what we'll do. We'll go on and we'll look at the next thing, the debugging, and then we'll come back and try to see if we can improve on this and make this prettier. Shoot. Okay. I need to do a new file or something. Text element or something, a new notepad thing. That's what I'll do. I'll just do it in Notepad, and we'll save this as a... Okay. It's here. Portfolio. Assets. Is it in there? Where are... No, we want all, right? Okay. There it is. We've got... what do we call it? Min desktop? Min smartphone? What was that for? Smartphone view? Where did I save these things? House. Shoot. Because I did save these, did I not? Save as type min availability index, availability finished, availability styles. Availability styles. Availability styles. Availability table reference, min. Where did I save the other stuff? Oh my gosh, what happened? Is it in another folder? Wait. On here. Where did I save it? Because we have availability index, availability styles. Oh my gosh. So min desktop, min smartphone for those. But what did we do? Smartphone view. Oh no. No, what happened to the availability index?
Oh no, did I overwrite the minimum things that we had? I might have. I might have overwritten that. Well, that sucks. Okay, well, what we'll name this then is min newspaper, is what we'll say. Index.html. We'll just save it as that. Okay. And then for the styles, oops, oh gosh, I should have just opened up another tab. Okay, and then for the styles, we'll save it as min newspaper styles.css. Okay. All right. Right. Okay, so min. Whoops. So, oh, we have them right here. So we have that one, and we have. Oh my God! Stop it. I have it right there. I don't need to do anything else. And then over here, we'll take a screenshot of the thing here. Copy that, copy that. And this is gonna be min min newspaper layout. There we go. Min newspaper layout there. That's that one. And we'll work on an MVP in a minute, but let's go through debugging CSS. So we can continue on here. Check that off. So now we're on debugging CSS. How can we use DevTools inspection tool to debug our CSS? So developer tools, inspection tools, and CSS validators are essential resources for debugging CSS issues and ensuring your style sheets are error-free and optimized. These tools provide invaluable insights into how our CSS is being applied and can help identify potential problems. Let's start with browser developer tools. Commonly known as DevTools, most modern browsers, including Chrome, Firefox, Safari, come with built-in DevTools. To access them, you can right-click on an element and click Inspect, right? Like with this. So if you see this, you can inspect, right? Or you can use F12, and that gets us up there. Or Command Option I, that also works, which on what is it? Control Alt I might work as well as a Control Shift I. Control Shift I will work on the other on Windows. And then on what's interesting, I think Control Shift I will also work on Linux. I'm not sure. I think it's because of the browser. I think it's the browser actually. I don't think it's a operating system thing. It might be the browser. DevTools also allow you to inspect, modify your CSS in real time. Styles pane shows all the CSS rules applied to the selected element, including inherited styles. You can toggle individual properties on and off, edit values, and even add new rules directly in the browser. This immediate feedback is incredibly useful for experimenting with different styles without modifying your source code. The inspection tool, which is part of DevTools, allows you to hover over elements on your page, see their box model, including margins, borders, padding, and content area. We have seen that before. They pointed that out to us, and we did
make use of that, and we made use of that today. This is particularly useful for diagnosing layout issues or understanding why elements are positioned in a certain way. CSS validators, this is not something that we've been using that much. I don't think we've been using one at all explicitly through like going to a website to check it. We have been using IDEs and extensions with VS Codium. Don't quote me on this. I think that IntelliSense is the one that does this. I think that's what's been controlling this. And so, yeah, I think that's what's been controlling that so far. There's formatters. I don't think that's not a validator though. A formatter kind of like fixes your CSS so that it is in the right format, but it doesn't fix syntax errors or anything like that, I don't think. In fact, if there's a syntax error, I think most formatters will just like not work. I don't know if they actually do any kind of syntax checking and fixing there. Some of them maybe they do. I'm not sure on that. But validators, I think we've been just using IntelliSense to highlight like where we have issues. The W3C CSS validator is a popular choice, so let's go ahead and take a look at that. Do they have a link to that? CSS3 validation server. Well, oh wait a minute. That's it's not hosted by W3C. It's actually just okay. This is though w3.org markup validation. This is the W3C org. Check the markup of web documentations, but is CSS a markup? XHTML, SMIL, and that. So if you wish to validate specific content such as RSS atom feeds or CSS style sheets, there are other validators or tools to use. As an alternative, you can try one or non-DTT. I don't know what that means. So CSS style sheets will link you to the CSS validation service. So let's take a copy of that link, and I'll put that in the chat. Hopefully that shows up on the video on demand or the live replay. That is that. I'm going to actually copy that and put that into our notes for today. CSS validator we looked at. You can go to an address, or you can do file or update, or I can do that. So I could, do I have that there? Oh, no, I don't. Oh no, I got rid of it, didn't I? So I can't just copy and paste it. So if I go here, say we're working with that, and we paste that there, we check it there, found errors, missing a semicolon before the property background color. So there we go. So it parses the CSS and then tries to figure out where your syntax errors are. So it probably goes line by line and just says, okay, there's an error here, and then flags that line, and then does some checking to see, okay, what is the actual syntax error here. So you can either upload your CSS file input or CSS directly, provide a URL to validate. So the validator would point out that there's a missing semicolon after the height property. This kind of error can be easy to overlook, but it can cause significant issues in your style sheet. We've been doing stuff like this with our IDE. You know, it flags the line and says that there's the syntax highlighting and stuff like that, where the color will change based on whether or not it's valid. Or the debugging responsive designs the so when debugging responsive designs the
device emulation feature in DevTools is invaluable. Allows you to simulate how your site looks on various screen sizes and devices, can help you identify breakpoint issues or styles that don't scale well between different viewport sizes. Yeah, so we have taken a look at that, I think, before. We worked on that with the technical documentation page, I think. Don't quote me on that. I think that was the day that we did that. Oh, I need to mark off. We did check off some of this stuff, didn't we? We did that. We did all this stuff. I'm going to check this off early just so that it feels good. Feels good to check stuff off. Okay. So, a lot done today. Remember, effective CSS debugging often involves a combination of these tools. You might start by using a validator to catch any syntax errors, then use DevTools to inspect specific elements. Experiment with changes. The device emulation tool can then help ensure your styles work across different screen sizes. Ooh. Yeah. Also, zooming in apparently does a similar thing. Changing the scale will change the underlying pixels that are the viewport size. Mastering these tools, you can significantly speed up your CSS debugging process and create more robust error-free style sheets. Regular use of these debugging techniques will not only help you solve immediate issues, but also improve your overall understanding of CSS, how it interacts with your HTML. Primary advantage of using browser dev tools for CSS debugging allows real-time inspection of modification of CSS. Yeah. You can edit the HTML. You can edit the CSS. Checking CSS against official specifications. Reporting syntax error. What's not a typical feature? Well, it should report syntax errors. Should check the CSS against official specs. Provide suggestions for improving CSS performance? Not necessarily. I mean, validators shouldn't do that. That should be a different thing, right? Should be a profiler or something like that. Provides suggestions for improving CSS performance. Yeah, I think that would have to be like some kind of profiler that would run your code against different options and like do some kind of like known changes to yeah, that would have to be some kind of profiling, I think. How can the device emulation feature in DevTools assist in CSS debugging? Automatically adjust your CSS for all devices? Well, not automatically, but shows how your site looks on various screen sizes and devices. Yes, it can. Yes. Creates separate CSS files for each device, optimizes images for mobile devices. I'm sure there are some tools that allow you to inspect how your site will look on every single screen size at the same time. I don't know what they are off the top of my head. And in fact, I don't know if I've ever seen any. Personal work, banking, shopping. What? Containers for this? That's interesting. How would you do that? So view website multiple different screen sizes at the same time. I don't know. Multitask, split and display pages together. View multiple websites. No, that's not what it is. Responsive viewer. Maybe that's what it is. Some kind of responsive website testing toolkit type of thing, where you can like view multiple devices layouts at the same time, compare how they
they look, you know, multi-device preview, this type of thing. So there's a service for this. It looks like it's just add to Chrome, and then there's a pro version. So I'm sure some people have made other things and made them open source and made them free. It's just maybe not as easy to find on a Google search or just a internet search in general. Google kind of fucked themselves over now. We don't have to call it Googling anymore because they suck at search now. So we can just call it search. Just internet search. We don't call it, you know, a web search. Call it a web search, not a Google. Same number of syllables. Web search. Google. You know? Okay. We're going to review Grid Review tomorrow. We're going to have a quiz on variables. So we'll do the variables quiz first. We'll do the Grid Review afterwards. And then we'll do a certification project. And that'll be a day. And then I'll go and get my haircut. And then we'll look fab for Monday. For our final week of this course. Excited about that. I am very excited about that. So we're set up for the next day. We're already set up. Look how good we are. We are so set up. We're ready to roll. That's all for today. This was day 24. We didn't get everything done today. I wanted to touch up this newspaper layout, but you know what? It's just time to end this stream. It's already 6:30. It's time to end this. We got to take Hypatia out for a nice little walk before the sun goes down. And we still got like 2 hours of sunlight, actually. It's pretty nice here. That's it for today. We'll be back tomorrow for day number 25. We're going to do a certification project, and that's going to get us closer to that goal line of getting the responsive web design certification from Free Code Camp. Join us on that journey. Why don't you? And let me know how you're doing with your own. Maybe you want to start your own. Go ahead. Do it. I'm not your dad. I could be. I don't know. I'm pretty sure I'm not. But go ahead. Go for it. We'll see you then. Bye.